What's up, my violets? Are you familiar with the millennial pause? It's this notion that because millennials used a bunch of apps growing up that had a delay when you push the record button, we got used to not talking for the first like half second to second and a half of a video or something that we were trying to record, and we ended up waiting for like the mic symbol to appear or something like that. But now with tech that starts basically immediately, we end up with this silly pause, and I noticed it's at many of my videos lately. So just blame it on kids these days, I guess. So welcome to Myst. This is Masterpiece Edition. This is the re-release of Myst that came out in about the year 2000, and that's 7 years after the original Myst in 93. I decided I wanted to play through it again because I think 10 years ago I did a playthrough of Exile, the third Myst game, with my then girlfriend Maple. And then 7 years ago, I did a playthrough of Myst with my now wife, Megan. Different people. And I'd never done a Riven Let's Play. But I want to. And I figure, hey, Myst only takes like 3.5 hours to beat if you know what you're doing, so go ahead and pause the video to get comfy, make some snacks, get a beer. This is going to be just one long video of Myst, and it's going to be probably about the length of Lord of the Rings Extended Edition. So let's get started. Oh, the other reason that I wanted to do this is because there's some elements to the Let's Play that are kind of exciting and new. You may already see I have a notes section, and I'm very excited about that. But I'll explain it when we get there. So, without further ado. Oh, I get chills.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed. I must admit, however, such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my Myst book are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Oh, I love that intro. It just so perfectly encapsulates what Myst is, and it gives you this great sense of the strange otherworldliness of this universe. The Myst book. I want to make a prop that's one of these. Oh, come on, little video. You can do it. There it goes. Yes, okay. It just has to load. Nice. Even with the timing being weird, it still works out. And we place our hand upon the page. Oh, we get to watch the full size one. That's cool. I checked a little checkbox to turn those on. I wasn't sure if it meant this or the one inside the book, but that's cool. We'll just have to remember when we get to a linking book to give it a second. Just the way that the linking books work is just so friggin' cool. Bird. Okay, so let's just explore a little. This island is the island of Myst, and I'm kind of gonna. I obviously already know all of the puzzle solutions, but I'm not gonna just run around and type everything in because I already know the answers. I'm gonna actually go through the puzzles and try and explain things as I go along, and I'll also try and make it as spoiler-free as possible, while also pointing out things that will come back later. Catherine, I've left for you a message of utmost importance in the forechamber beside the dock. Enter the number of marker switches on this island into the imager to retrieve your message. Yours, Atris. Into the number of marker switches. Okay, well, it stands to reason that these might be marker switches. They're on like little fancy pedestals. There's one here, and then there's another one up here. Oh, musical key. But as far as we can tell, it doesn't do anything. So I'll just flip them all randomly like I did as a kid. What's this? I've always wondered what this seal was supposed to be. Oh, we got a dentist's chair. Oh, and a light switch. Okay. Hello? Oh, that is loud as fuck. So it looks like these levers here, which amazing that the channels of the sound are so limited that the music stops when you're playing sound effects. So we can put in a day and a time, and then something happens. I'll have to come back to it. But I guess we'll just keep it in our mind that we have something involving the dates and times. I guess we'll head into the building here. There's a rather obvious library going on right in the front when we walk in here. Alright, we got a lot to look at. So we got a fireplace, it looks like, a blue book, a picture of the door. Okay. A bookcase, a picture of stairs, a red book, and a map. Okay. You can see by the little hand icon, this blinky part is interactable. It says tower rotation, and I think I saw it turn red over here. So that's something we'll keep in mind too. Let's look at this bookshelf here. It looks like most of the books are just destroyed. Be quite a hello. Okay, I just found that accidentally. We have a book full of Tetris games. A lot of them. It's this one on the end. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say it would be a cool Easter egg if one of these books just had like developer's notes or like unlocked the commentary track or something like that. But I can see four books that are not as screwed up as the others. So you can take a look at some of these. And these are really long journals written by Atris. And I'll read each of them as we go to the places they talk about, rather than reading them all up front right now, and I've just found them. So in the meantime, let's look around the island a little more. There's a ladder here to a power switch, alright, with no power it seems. Like any Myst game, we fully expect the power to be turned off when we show up somewhere. We see the borders. My previous playthrough of this game was on Real Myst, which is a much higher resolution version of the game that allows you to switch back and forth between free camera view and the slideshow mode of this game. Hello. Okay, we got a flamingo button. But I figured I'd play through this one on the classic version, because it's more similar to what Riven is going to look like. This way Riven will actually look like an improvement. So we've got snake's eyeball beetle, I think. Another marker switch. Maple Leaf. Sunken Ship, which, if you may recall, is the second ship we've seen. There's another one on the dock over there. You can just almost see it through the trees here, I think. Alright, so we got a bunch of glowy switches with different symbols on them. So if we run into some symbology, keep that in mind. Oh, I skipped a cutscene. There's some butterflies that like flutter up and run away. I wonder if I come back, if they'll show themselves again. Well, it might be a one-time thing. It's not a big deal. Okay, another marker switch. I love the sound direction in these games. The sound effects and the sound direction are top-notch. You instantly feel that we're underground. Literally, I get chills. Alright. Well, if that's not a power plant, I don't know what it is. Oh, we got buttons to press. That do random amounts, it seems. Power to spaceship. Generator switches, 1 through 10. Okay. That does 2, 1, 10, 7, 8, 16. Okay, so they don't actually do units 1 through 10. We could try turning them all on, but somehow I doubt flicking them all on is the answer to a puzzle. So we'll just leave it be for now. And there's a weird little clock tower with a gear island. Another marker switch. And I think the clock says Myst, which is hilarious. Nothing happens. But if you're paying close attention, you'll notice that the time is now changed. And with a bit of fiddling, let's see, it's currently 4:25. Okay, now it's 4:30. And now it's 5:30. Alright, simple enough. The crank on the right turns the hour hand, and the crank on the left turns the minute hand. And it looks like it goes in like 1/12 increments. But we have no idea what the time is. I don't have my time-traveling watch or my universe-hopping watch on, so we'll have to come back once we can make an educated guess on what time it is. Or what time it should be. Another marker switch. And past it, a tree. A very important tree with a guardrail. And nothing else. Interesting. If you look at it from here, you can tell it's really big, too. It's bigger than the other trees in the surrounding area. Can I? Yeah, look at that. There's some angles that are kind of hard to get to, depending on the way that you're facing. You have to kind of click in and then turn around. Oh, okay. The cabin's unlocked. And we have a puzzle. There's a picture of a tree. It looks like the one outside. There's like a boiler and a crank. Like a little button. I don't know. Yep, these are the only angles I get here. What if I close the door? No, there's nothing written on the inside of the door. You never know. There might be like operator's notes in there. Cool thing about this is it's been long enough since I played that I don't remember any of these combinations, but I do know, at least I think, that they don't work. Maybe they do work right out. I'm not sure. So we've got a whole bunch of things that we're looking for right now. So it's time for us to figure out how we're going to get those things. Right now, the only lead we have is we have to find the imager by the dock. And we have to take note of how many marker switches there are. So let's count them. There's one down here. So I think this is about as far away as we've gotten from where we started. One down here. One in front of the cabin. That's 2. One in front of the power basement. That's 3. One by the sunken ship fountain. 4. I don't know if this one counts. I don't think, but one by the spaceship, rocket ship. That's 5. One by the dentist's office. 6. One by the big gears. 7. And one on the dock makes 8. So, aha! Sure enough. How did we miss this in the very beginning? Again, the instant musical changes just lets you feel how different this space is than outside. Look at this. Look at that high resolution GIF. I love it. Hello. Oh, that is cool. Oh. I guess that turns it off. Alright. Hello. So what I mean about operator's notes? Settings. Dimensional imager. Topographical extrusion test. 40. Water tube turbulent pool. 67. Marker switch diagram. 47. Well, hello. Well, we're looking for marker switches, so... Can I see the marker switch diagram? Sure enough. It confirms that what we thought was a marker switch is a marker switch, even though it looks weirdly distorted from this angle. Okay. Topographical extrusion test, 40. Water turbulent pool is what we started on. We already saw that. So let's try 40. And we'll see some kind of topographical extrusion. I love it when the developers put a tech demo in their game. Look at this. I love it. Wonder where that could be. It's probably a real mountain. Alright, neat. But did they... They did. If you go up here, you can still see it. This is one of the things that makes these fixed view games actually surprisingly hard to make, is if you render things in real time, then you already know, like, you don't need to know what state things are in. You just render them however they are, and it's fine. But if you're going to take one picture of a hallway, and you need to know what the end of the hallway looks like, if there's something in that picture that could change, you have to keep track of that all the time, and anytime you're at an angle where you can see it, it needs to look like it should. So, that's kind of cool, I think. I got one more thing I want to try here. No particular reason. Did that work? No file saved under that name. So we said there were 8 marker switches, I believe?
Catherine, my love, I have to leave quickly. Something terrible has happened. It's hard for me to believe. Most of my books have been destroyed. Catherine, it's one of our sons. I suspect Achenar, but I shouldn't leap to conclusions. I'll find him and Cirrus as well. Oh, I should have known better than to have left my library unchecked for so long. Well, I've removed the remaining undamaged books from the library and placed them in their places of protection. You shouldn't have to use the books until I return. But if you've forgotten the access keys, remember the tower rotation. Oh, and don't worry, Catherine. Everything will be fine. I'll see you shortly. Oh, wait, and erase this message after you viewed it, just to be safe.
Oh, okay, we got a lot of information from that, so I'm going to write some of it down. And I'm going to show you how this notes thing I've got set up works. So I have over here on the right side, an image set up in OSB, or OBS, and I can write on it with this new touchscreen I got, and then when I save it, it shows up on the screen. So let's make a little family tree here, shall we? That looks pretty good to me. So now we have a little bit of information. Just handy dandy notes. So we get from this that this is his library on this island, Atris's library. He left it unguarded, unchecked for a long time. And he suspects that one of him and Catherine's sons is responsible for all those burnt books that we saw. And we know that the main character's name is Atris from this note here. The funny thing is, like, this crumpled note he just left on the ground, when really, I don't know. The other thing is, he said at the end to make sure that you delete the message that you're seeing it, but we were still able to find it, so apparently Catherine never got that message. That's not good. So, let's remember the tower rotation like he told us. Look at this. More things have appeared. And I think if we puzzle over this for long enough, we may be able to figure out the connection here between these things. So we can see that the dentist office is not present. But if we go outside, maybe this is just going the wrong way. So let's flick it. Let's see if it shows up now. Sure enough, there it is. So it looks like the up direction is on for these switches. So let's go turn them all on. Okay, we can run up here. That one's already on. One by the dock is on. Yep. One by the dentist office. We said there were 8, so let's see how many we can get. 4. I'm zipping around quick now. Whoa, went past it. Okay, 5. 6. 7, yep. And then I don't think we can get to this one because it's over there. So we've got all the ones that we can get, I guess. Unless we've... Well, no, we know 8 is the final number because we put that in and it was correct. So now let's see what the tower rotation does for us. So it makes a lot of noise, and it says tower rotation, tower rotation. And it also, this line turns red at 4 points. The sunken ship, the giant tree, the rocket ship, and these big gears. It seems to be the only things. So I don't know what's... Well, maybe this one down here at the end isn't stopping there because it's not turned on. You can see it's kind of cut off there. I don't know. But the point being, that points to something, I guess. So, this seems like a solution, so let's just leave it there for now. And we'll see what we find. And over here, of course, we have a red book. And inside, static. Okay, so I guess this doesn't work. But, oh, look at this Windows 95 icon I have here. It allows me to pick up a red page, and I guess... I love that audio telling you something significant has happened from you putting a page in this book.
Why? Bring me a red page. I can't see it. Need a red page. You must. Make a break. I am serious. Give it up. There is one thing I will do. Rest.
Okay. So, we've met Cirrus, or at least a message from Cirrus. And I'll make a note that he is talking to us through the Red Book. Something tells me we may also have a friend in the Blue Book.
Serious? Are you? See you. Nah. Help me. Bring blue pages. Never. Just... I must have the blue page. Come to me.
Well, it's not entirely clear what the situation is here, but we have two guys talking to us from the windows of books, and they're both begging us to bring them a different colored page, which we already put in, so maybe there's more hidden around the island? I guess we'll keep our eyes open. So we've got more things to look at here. We already saw there was a painting, or maybe a picture, of the door. And then on the other side of the bookcase, a picture of stairs. Oh, it's from the Seventh Guest. Great. Fucking creepy. Hello. This bookcase is now a staircase. I love these rooms like this, where it's just like so like strangely claustrophobic and quiet. Where you just hear like distant machinery running. Like this is the essence of a Myst for me. You have to get in the habit of looking behind us as we play, because sometimes you need to be facing the other way in order to see that you've gone through a Y junction. Library. Yes, take me to the library. Oh, I think we might have already been in the library. Now we're going somewhere else. Looks like we went up, and then we turned clockwise, and we went up some more. Oh, and now we are tower. Third floor, puzzle solutions. Book. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Ship. Oh, there's something else over there. Can we get around? Key. Okay. Whoa. That's very specific. Alright, so I made a little chart here with books and keys. So we have... save. Alright. So, that's cool. And I think we already know what to do with that, because the dentist's chair had an entry place for us to put times and dates. So let's go have another look at that. Oh, and we can't leave. Okay, well, stands to reason. Yep, this painting is also haunted. And we can leave. Very nice. The way that the rotations work in this room is kind of weird. 'Cause it's like you can face... there's a few different directions that you can face, but it's a little tricky to get to some of them. So like here I'm facing the bookshelf, and if I turn to the right, I'm looking at the blue book. But if I look at the painting over here, and then back up, now the blue book is like over on the side, and when I rotate, I can't get it to be in the middle. So it's like you always turn 90 degrees, but it's in octagonal room. So half the time you're not looking at the right thing. Alright, let's try the first one. October. And I'm going to go ahead and adjust the sound effect volume down. Oh, where was that? What was it? Was it here? I think it was this menu. Yeah, here we go. Let's turn the sound effects down a little. That's tolerable. Okay, October 11th. If I could get it, thank you. 1984. Oh boy, it's like using a 1993 computer at 10:04 a.m. All right, go. And I don't see anything. This rooms is... Oh, can I... Yeah. Oh, look at this. Wow. If you look up at the ceiling in here, it's like a observatory. Isn't that pretty? Gotta love those graphics. Oh! And now, the thing shows me some stars. Perfecto. So, let's, I don't know, let's try and draw them, I guess. We'll draw some boxes. Or, no, I'll just draw some constellations. Try and copy them as best as I can. So there's one. I assume the other two dates and times will give us similar things. So let's plug those in. January 17th, 12:07. I think the range could have been a little bit smaller here, guys. At 5:46 a.m. January 17th, 12:07, 5:46 a.m. Yep, that's correct. Looks like... Let me draw arrows to these. Looks like 3 stars in the corner. Dot, dot, dot. Save that. And then this bottom one will be for November 23rd. 9791 at 6:57 p.m. Whoa, it's just spinning. Oh, okay. I thought it was like, it took a really long time for that one to come up. Alright, so we've got dot, 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 slightly bigger dot, dot. Saved. Alright, so we've got some constellations. Now I guess we have to figure out where constellations go. We're just kind of putting this puzzle together one piece at a time, you know? Oh, you know what? I want to see what the room looks like if you leave the lights off and then look at it from outside. Do the lights automatically turn back on? Nah, look at that. Spooky. I like it. Well, search the island as you will, but you won't find any other references to constellations except in one place. One of these books. So I think it's time to do a little reading. And we'll start with Stoneship, I believe. I believe this is the one we want. Let me just... Yeah. Look at this. There's all these constellations in the back of this book. Okay, so let's read this journal. Allow me to take a sip of my beverage. I hope you are relaxed and enjoying this. Don't sit at your desk for 3 hours like I am. And yeah, I know it's cursive, so I'll read it out loud. Emmett was the first to live on the rocks. He named them the rocks because that's what they were, a group of sharp rocks clustered together in the middle of a large sea. This was where Emmett lived. He enjoyed his life. Emmett would occasionally swim to nearby rocks, as it was never too far of a distance. One day, another person appeared on the rocks, for no apparent reason to Emmett. Emmett named this new person Branch. Emmett and Branch quickly became friends, swimming and hunting for fish together often. Emmett showed Branch the simple cave in which he lived on the largest rock, Soon. Oh, that's a period there. Soon, I thought the rock was named Soon. Soon, Branch discovered a place where he decided to live, also on the same large rock. The sun always shone brightly in their world, and the water was always dazzlingly clear, allowing them to see almost to the deep ocean floor which surrounded them. Though the sun always shone, it was never too hot for the boys. A light breeze always came from the north and cooled the area down. Note to self, how do you know which way is north when the sun doesn't set? One day, Branch was swimming and having fun in the water when he noticed another boy swimming. Branch brought the new boy to Emmett to find out what to call the new boy. Emmett said the boy should be called Will. Will was soon a part of the group, and all three of the boys swam and enjoyed their perfect world. At least, that's the story I was told when I arrived today on the island. Emmett, Branch, and Will were surprised to see me at first, but even before the night ended, we were all becoming good friends. Today, the second day on this newly created age, a strange thing happened. It was not strange to me, but the three boys did not understand what was happening. While I was relaxing under a large tree on one of the smaller rock islands, it began to rain. It was a nice rain that lasted for about an hour in the morning. I explained to the boys that the rain was not harmful, yet they obviously still feared it. Before going to sleep tonight, I told the boys I would leave the following day. I told them that while I was gone, I would make a surprising change in their world. They didn't understand, not that I expect them to. I still do not fully understand what happened today. I was experimenting with the art, testing the limits of the rules as dictated to me by my father. I attempted to create a boat by writing it into the world. I thought everything was planned correctly, yet somehow the boat had become gripped by the rock and broken in half. Although this test did not turn out as I had hoped, I now have answers to a few of the questions my father never answered. As for the boat, I can see the boys enjoy it anyway, and with that I am pleased. They've played on it all day. Even though the boat cannot move, I have enjoyed studying from it. It is a much sturdier platform than the jagged rocks. In the course of my observations, I have learned some very interesting things regarding the solar system of this age. Here's a picture here of a submersible lamp. The nights are absolutely beautiful here. I have made note of and named a number of constellations that pass above me. Also during the night, I catch glimmers of light from the horizon, which I have not been able to discover if it is created by some natural phenomenon or by additional people on far-off islands or rocks. I should very much like to discover which. I rather suspect it is additional people, which would explain the appearance of both Branch and Will. The rain today was slightly heavier than usual. Just when the boys were getting used to light rains, a small storm arrived. They were frightened of the heavier rain, not to mention the thunder and lightning. If rain has never fallen here until recently, as the boys tell me, I would like to discover why it is falling now. Regardless, I have decided to return home for a short while. I have also been thinking of some plans for a lighthouse that I hope to construct soon. I think that perhaps by shining a bright beacon of light towards the horizon, it might prove my suspicions regarding additional inhabitants. They would be curious about the light, and travel to discover its source, if they have the means. I returned with many tools that I will need for the construction of the lighthouse. I have decided that once the lighthouse is complete, I will leave for some time and let the world's own imagination have control. We have worked 3 weeks on the lighthouse now, and are making great progress. The rock that we are building on seems not to be as secure as I would like. I have to alter my plans slightly, but those alterations pose no real problem. The boys are quite strong and have been helping me immensely. I estimate the construction will be done within 2 days. The lighthouse is finished, and we are all proud of our creation. The boys are amazed at the structure wrought from rock with their own hands. That evening we powered up the generator, much to the boys' dread at first, and shined a great light to the horizon for many hours. I stayed the night in the top of the lighthouse, and in the morning awoke to observe the sunrise, without my being coated with the chilly blankets of ocean dew I had become accustomed to. It was Will who first saw the girl. She was swimming not far from the boat where Will was getting ready to hunt for fish. Then Will noticed a man not far away from the girl. Emmett was very pleased to meet the additional neighbors. I feel pleased to leave this age. I have set in motion events that have nothing to do with the writing or the art, that will have a more profound impact on this world than I ever could have written. I think of it this age. What? Okay. I think of it this age as a gift to myself that I will wrap up and open someday in the future, only to discover that it has changed so much that it indeed is a surprise. Perhaps I have yet another new age that awaits me. Or besides, I have yet another new age that awaits me. It seems I'm going to need some way to travel underwater in this new age, and so much planning is in order. On the previous page there we had a map of what he calls Stoneship. Okay. Stoneship Age. Bird's eye view. It has been 10 years since I left this age, which I have since called the Stoneship Age. Upon returning, I cannot believe the changes that have taken place. The 3 original boys have grown into adults, and there are many new faces that I do not recognize. Branch told me that it has not rained for 7 years, and the cool breezes are back again. They are all very content, and have been serving me with new foods and showing me new materials they have discovered. It seems they have even found gold somewhere. I see it in many forms around the island. My lighthouse has been kept in perfect condition, and it looks as if they have tried their very best to keep it so. Yet I have noted that the entire rock it was built on has sunk approximately 40 or 50 centimeters. After a wonderful visit with my old friends, I wonder aloud with them what things will be like here in another 10 years. And then we have a flip book with constellations. Okay. So I think we need to figure out which ones we've drawn here. So let's look at each of these and compare them to the ones we have. This doesn't look like a match to anything. That definitely doesn't. This one could be the one on the right. Maybe I missed 1 star here and I drew 1 instead of 2. But I think for now, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call this the snake. That's a terrible snake. I'm not even going to put that on the screen. That is a slightly less terrible snake. So we'll just save that. It's freaking horrendous. Okay, this is definitely the bottom one here. Maybe I will... Whoop. The friggin' what? What? I haven't saved a single time. Oh no. I think I hit Control Z on my notes app and the game... Oh, autosave, please. Save me. Okay, hopefully... Yeah, the pages are already in. Oh, okay, hopefully we didn't lose much progress there. Yeah. Where was I? Pardon me. Yeah, that is definitely a beetle. Note to self, do not Control Z on Myst. It closes the freaking emulator. So this is beetle. Better. And then I don't see cross in that one. Arrow, no. It kind of looks like flamingo, but like upside down. Nope, it's maple leaf. Dead on. Saved. All right. And now I'm going to save this game. Constellations. And resume. Okay. Well, you know what? I remember where we saw these symbols before. These. So I guess we need to touch the ones for snake, beetle, and maple leaf. Cross, maple leaf, snake, yes, beetle. Well, something big just happened. Well, looky here. The ship, she floats. I wonder if... Yes, indeed. The big ship is also floating. Delightful. And we can go on board. It seems to be ship shape, despite having been ship sunk. There's a book in here. And I'm going to take a break to relax my voice. And I'm also going to clear off my notes. Because we won't need to use these things again. But I'll just save them away somewhere. So I'll be right back. Alright, I've had a drink and some dinner. Let's go to Stoneship. I love that you get like six angles of this book as you approach. They really wanted to build the tension of approaching this position. You see it down the stairs, you step down the stairs, you step into the room, you pick up the book, you open the book. It's like, yeah. I love the aerial flying tour of each of the ages you're approaching too. And they don't really give you like a map or anything, but it gives you some sense of what's going on in the age. Is this one looping? I think it is looping. Remarkable. Okay, welcome to Stoneship. Voila. So, okay. This is definitely the age we read about, and it looks like the ship is flooded, so hopefully that's not where the linking book back home is. The craziest thing about this game is that they don't really even fully explain like what linking books are. You just start using them and going to places and discovering shit. Oh, look at this. Broken window into a lighthouse. With a key. Nothing much to do there. There's a lock up here. But how would we possibly get that key to that lock? It's chained to the floor. And I don't have a screwdriver or a rivet puller. So, okay. Something's going to happen there, I guess. Can we get a view of... Yeah, look. It's like half of the ship is sticking out this side and half is sticking out this side. I also see what looks like power lines. Fancy. And the journal also said that they had found gold. We got buttons. We got Dodson. We got Dodson here. Did that drain the ship? Oh my god, it did. I just guessed that it was the left one. What the hell is this? We got tired of living on an island, so now we live in an underground cave. Whoa. Also, the lighting on this is really neat. Look at this. It's like... I don't know if the deck of a ship would even really have this kind of like window dressing, but it sure is cool looking. And very spooky. And can't see shit. Oh look, but there is underwater lantern, or lamp, that we were told about. Now, can't see shit, boss. Let's go to the other half of the ship. Nothing to do out there. Can't walk any further. There's a path here going up. Love to hear the wind come in to the very top. Oh, okay. There's a spyglass. And we can look around. Well, let's see if there's anything to see. We got rocks. Maybe there's a pirate ship on the horizon or something. Big rock. Smaller rock. Oh, there's something sticking up here. Oh, there's a... Oh, this was in the journal. This is the top of the lighthouse. There was a drawing of it there. Some more rocks. Another thing sticking up. I'm mostly just seeing rocks here. Okay. Okay, yep, we made it all the way around. So the only thing, whoops. The only thing that let us see, the only direction we saw it, oh my goodness. Oh, my arrow keys work here. Nope, it's a mouse game. Trying to do this without clicking on the wrong part or it'll back me out. The only thing we can see is the top of the lighthouse, and that's at, yeah, it's dead on to 135. Alright. I guess that would be... Oh, I can't, like, look around from here. Also, it looks like there's a little cave over there. You can see the power station with an umbrella. Just randomly out there with an umbrella. Alright. Well. Let's look around some more. What's in here? These are not buttons. Oh, looks like it's dark and possibly flooded. Let's look at the other door. Huh. Also dark and flooded. Okay. Well, if the first button over here drains the ship, it stands to reason that the others probably do something. It sounds like a pump. So I want to look down at the ship. Yep, flooded. And this building drained. Okay. So the middle button drains the center building. It's still... Oh, it's very dark. Oh, I just kept clicking forward and eventually found a button. Whoa. Just like stumbling through a cave in the dark. Look at this room in its pixelated glory. Nothing much to see on the bed here. Got some... Whoa! It activates when you put your mouse over it. Clicking doesn't seem to do anything, though. Oh, it's the sky. Interesting. It's like a viewfinding device. Okay, we also have a desk. The door from which we entered. a chest of drawers. Alright. Let's look at the underwear drawer first. Gold! I love that they didn't want to animate the drawer opening and closing, so there's literally just a wipe that just goes from top to bottom when it's closing, and from bottom to top, and from top to bottom when it's opening. Like that. Jewelry, and you can see they don't overlap with each other. Otherwise it creates more states that all these drawers have to be coded for. Look at all this. Did they make all of this on this island? I guess the journal did say that they had discovered new materials that Atris never imagined, including all these kinds of cloths and glassware, ceramic. Empty drawer. Oh shit. A red page. Holy fuck. Alright. Noted. We don't really have anywhere to put it, so I'm just going to leave it there for now. Bottom of the chest of drawers in this very red room has a red page. What is all this? Ah, I love a good tech demo. Whoa. Medicines and pills and injectors. And a knife. A knife! I guess we're just getting flavor here. Interesting. Can't take any of these with us, it seems. I'm not sure what we would, if we'd know what to do with them anyway. Alright, so it's a bedroom with a red page. Noted. Cirrus did ask us to find red pages, I think. It was basically impossible to understand what he was saying. This one is also not flooded. And if I just keep walking down, will I eventually... Yep. Another door. With very, very different decor. Holy crap. Who has a ribcage lamp? Oh, that's fucked up. I love it. I want one of these for my living room. I bet I could 3D print that. Poison. Straight up labeled poison with like skull and crossbones. Big chest of drawers. The door. Hello. And a bed with a blue page. Well, we found a red page and a blue page here in Stoneship. Oh, hello. What does this do? It's a rose. Oh, it's a skull. You can really see how people would have played this and been like, oh, we gotta make a game called The Seventh Guest that's very spooky. Looks like a map. Cool. Oh yeah, look at this. They were exploring their world. I guess we should all be asking ourselves, where is everybody? Hello. Oh boy. Well, let's see if we can take some of this down. Marker, Swit, ISL something. Boom. Yes, my handwriting is atrocious, and it is worse than usual because I'm writing on a touchscreen and not with a pen. So, don't hate me. The fact that my notes are on screen live in the video is just so friggin' cool. I hope my handwriting doesn't ruin it. Well, that's spooky. There's these shots in the game just to give you the sense of how fucking creepy this is. So, without giving away too much, the pages that we've found here may or may not indicate who all those possessions in there belong to. Two very creepy bedrooms with Some very creepy stuff in them. Well, I guess the first one wasn't that creepy. It was kind of regal. But it also had like a weird medicine cabinet in it that didn't seem like it was particularly inclined toward a physician, more of a, I don't know, like a serial killer's kit. Okay. All right. Now we've drained the lighthouse of water. It appears that the island really has been sinking because, well, for one, it's way too small and pointy to be like the home of these kids. And for another, the journal said that he thought it had shrunk or had sunk like 50 centimeters. It's going to be a lot more than that, but maybe if the top part is the pointiest and it kind of flattens out, it could sink, only a few feet and lose a lot of ground. Like maybe this pillar was was once on solid ground. Hard to say. Well, let's go down here. Spiral stairs. I don't know where to click. Hello. There's a chest. With a key, or a keyhole, rather. There's a drain in the floor. I guess that explains where the water went. Oh, my mistake. It's not a chest, it's a cooler. it's... What the hell? It's weird. It looks like it's made of wood, and you'd think it would float. I guess whatever was inside it must have been pretty heavy. Of course, it looks like what was inside it was water. And actually, if I close this... Yeah, now it's empty, and the nozzle's shut. Maybe it won't fill back up. We don't have a key, though, so I don't really know what else I can do. Oh, interstitial frames like this. It's just, like... Is this a liminal space? I don't know. But just this shot is like... It feels so strange. Okay, and we're back up here. Well, let's undrain the lighthouse. Why they couldn't just keep all three drained at the same time is beyond me. Sure enough, Chesty McChest floats right up. Or rather, Cooler McCooler. Oh, it went off the edge of the animation. Did you see that? And look, a very similar looking key. I wonder where that goes. Very clever. Honestly, it's quite clever. Oh, hello. Oh. What is this? One of those, like, hand crank, like, charged flashlights? This certainly looks like a battery. Either that or a bomb. Yeah, it's filling up. Look at that. Okay, it's full. Don't know what we did, but we charged a battery. Can I open the windows? Doesn't look like it. I also wonder, is the battery going down? Slowly but surely, it looks like. Maybe we're on a timer here, so let's run around some more. I think... Okay, well, I guess this area is drained. Hello! And now the lights are on, too. Long, dark hallway. Not quite so dark. Still... The hell? Oh my god. Alright, there's like a red spot there. Can I... Whoa. Well, this is freaky. Oh, it's another path. We're in like an underwater chamber with a glass, like it's inside a glass dome underwater, with a compass rose. Plunk. Oh, okay. Oh shit. No. Stop making that noise. Oh, now it's spooky dark. Wait, this one's... Ah. I gotta just leave. There's an alarm going off down there, dude. Okay, it seems to... Oh, no, still going. Well, this is stressful. Oh. Oh. It's only on when you're in certain places. Alright, well, the power was on and now it's off, so did the battery die? Yep, okay. I clicked on the South Pole on that compass rose down there, and it did not seem to be a good idea. There we go. Let's try this again. You know, I think the only other thing that we've seen that had a compass rose was the whatchamacallit up top with the lighthouse at 135. So let's see. 90, 180. I think 135 would be here. Oh shit. Look at that! Underwater lamp! Is there more than one? Yeah, there's at least two. Okay, okay. Very nice. The lights are still on down here, so that's something. Okay. Well, it was dark in the ship when we got here, so let's see if maybe it's not as dark now that we've turned on the power. Yeah, here we go. Whew, I just held in like 3 sneezes. Yeah, there's underwater lamps down here. Lighting up a strange underwater dining room. Look at this. So creepy. Whoa. Okay. Well, there's our linking book back to Myst. But there's no point in going back right now, because the only objective that we've been given in this game so far, besides exploring and besides exploring and trying to figure out what's going on, is bringing Cirrus the red pages and Akinar the blue pages. I don't know about you, but they both seem rather untrustworthy, so I'm just going to bring them both pages and see if we can get more information from them. This is the one problem with this version of the game, is that you end up with this page icon on your hand the whole time that you're running around. Also, it's weird that this game has these like Seventh Guest-esque moments of like stuff merging out of the floor and things, when I don't think the rest of the Myst series has that much in terms of like magical elements. It's all sort of steampunk scientific. I do love me the linking book sound. Alright, well, let's put this page in to the red book and see if we can understand Cirrus a little better.
Return. Thank you for bringing me back. You must continue. My name is Cirrus. Don't waste time. Look. Don't. My brother. And I wrong from prison. Bring the red page to me.
Very interesting. All I got was, my brother is guilty. I'm wrongfully imprisoned. You must continue helping bring me the red pages. So I'm going to run back into Stoneship and recover the other blue page and see what Akinar says. So I'll be right back. I find it interesting that in the journal for this age, Atris talks about how Will and Branch each found a cave to live in, and now it seems pretty clear that Akinar and Cirrus, Atris' sons, have taken up a more permanent residence in those caves. Makes you wonder what happened to Will and Branch and, well, everybody else from Stoneship. The journal for Stoneship also brings up an interesting idea around Atris being able to change the worlds that he's visiting. Like when he writes the ship into Stoneship, that wasn't previously there. There's really no prime directive in this universe. In fact, it seems like the ages have muddled each other quite a bit.
You've returned. You wouldn't pretend. This age is rescuing. I'm Akinar. My brother, I beg you. To be complete. Always blue pages. Listen to him. Now listen to my brother. He's a fool and a liar. Bring me the blue pages. The red ones. Don't bring the red ones. Oh, you. I've been wrongfully imprisoned. You must. I will have my retribution. Please. Ages.
Ooh. Very sneaky. He's also, of course, telling us to ignore his brother. It looks like the next one up is Channelwood, which is this book. I've called this age Channelwood, and it is a very different world. Though it is exactly how I imagined it, it is still amazing to see it with my own eyes. Water covers this age as far as I can see, except for a small rocky island, very convenient for game development. Elsewhere, there are only trees, which grow directly out of the water. A myriad of thin wooden passageways are built just above the water and disappear into the forest. I assume they were built some time ago, for they appear aged. I'm eager to discover more about this land and its people, but I have arrived here late and I must rest. I was awakened this morning by strange noises coming from a pathway adjacent to the one on which I had slept. I saw a group of monkey-like people heading in my direction. They had not seen me yet. I did not feel threatened by their presence. Their response to me was one that I would never have expected. After staring at me for a short time, they fell to their knees and began what appeared to be some sort of ceremonial worship. I tried to understand them, to speak to them, but they did not understand my language. Instead, they indicate through enthusiastic hand motions that I was to follow them. As we walked, I began to notice that the waters below us were slowly changing colors. Slowly, subtly, they would change from deep blue to muddy orange, then from muddy orange to beautifully clear. I was so intrigued by the water, I hardly noticed that we had arrived at a ladder. Climbing the ladder led us to their village, which is about 10 meters above the water and can only be reached by rope ladders that stretch from the lower paths of the village level approximately halfway up the ground trees. It's very interesting watching these people carry out their daily tasks. Even after watching them for hours, I did not understand exactly what they were doing. At sunset, they motioned for me to follow them. I followed the creatures to the doorway of an enormous hut. Strangely, once inside, I found that the hut appeared even larger than it had from the outside. The walls were garnished with bright metals, and in the center of the hut sat the leader of these people. At least he appeared to be their leader, for he sat a meter off the floor in a thick throne. Guards surrounded the strong creature, who was dressed in many exotic, colorful fabrics. Next to the leader sat a very old human. At least to some extent he appears human. His hair, which was only on his face and head, was completely gray, almost white, and hung very long around his frail body. His thin head hung limply by an almost grotesque neck that could not hold its head up to look at me. But what a surprise! This creature could speak my language. Shortly thereafter I was given a bed with some hand motions that looked to be telling me to go to sleep. I look forward to learning more. As I suspected, the ancient creature is indeed a human, but he is old beyond his home reckoning and seems almost insane. However, the tree dwellers almost revere him as a god. They are treating me now in the same fashion, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. It is almost impossible to understand this old man. His voice is feeble but wild. He has adopted much of the language of the tree dwellers. He himself told me he had not spoken our tongue in ages. He attempted to explain to me the history of this place. The following is my best translation of what he told me. Many years ago, the humans and tree dwellers lived together in this place, which was then a vast island. They interacted very little. The humans dwelt on the ground, and the tree dwellers lived high above the humans. Occasionally, the island was disturbed by mysterious rumblings which happened randomly. Some sort of tectonic or volcanic action, I suspect. The sometimes slight, sometimes heavy tremors would only last a short time, then they would stop, allowing everything to return to normal. One day, things changed. The rumbling began and grew quickly to unprecedented levels. Soon it became apparent that the entire island was sinking slowly into the ocean around them. Many of the humans died that day, but not before sacrificing themselves in order to stop the sinking of the island. The humans who lived through this catastrophe moved into the trees, where they gradually died out. Maybe because they were unequipped for such an environment, but I'm not sure. This is the story the old man communicated to me, although many details are very unclear in my mind. I am especially confused as to how the humans saved the island from completely sinking. In fact, I doubt the accuracy of that part of the story. The island must have stopped on its own. Yet the old man believes in the truth of the story as if he had been there. And the tree dwellers worship him, and apparently all humans, as if they, were heroes or gods. The old man ended our conversation today with an event which I will never forget. He began gripping my hands tightly, murmuring something about rest and sleep. He then said, "We had expected you to come sooner." These actions filled me with a sort of immediate dread. With much effort, he stood to his feet. I tried to help, but he pushed me away with more force than I imagined his frail body contained. The tree dwellers quietly surrounded him with very solemn faces. Then they kneeled before him. He walked to each and placed his hand on their head. All the while, he murmured words which I did not understand. Finally, he turned to me and smiled. Then he closed his eyes, walked out the door, and off of the narrow path high in the trees. The tree dwellers were silent. They began a procession down the nearest rope ladder. As I was descending, I saw several of them pick up the body. He had fallen onto a lower level of walkway and carried away. He was lain down at a dead end of a short pier-like structure. With the use of some potion, one of the tree creatures lit the pier on fire, and I watched as the flames engulfed him. As this strange funeral proceeded, the waters around the pier changed to dull green. This morning I awoke, finding it hard to even believe the previous evening's events. The water is a dull green for as far as I can see now. For some reason, the water no longer shifts color. As I wander throughout the pathways, the creatures watch me, curious to see what I will do next. They are constantly offering me strange objects of affection. I even found food outside the doorway to the room in which I had slept. This is a unique race of beings. I hope to learn the language soon so that I may learn more from them. I have lived on this world for 3 months off and on, and the tree dwellers have shown great hospitality. I am even beginning to learn bits of their language. I have decided to return home for an extended stay with my loving wife and my sons, and hopefully return with them. However, I am sure Catherine will once again refuse. I think this age would be a wonderful experience for them all, and I at least look forward to how Cirrus and Achenar will react to its curious inhabitants. Catherine is staying behind as expected. My sons have returned with me, and they enjoy this age very much. They get along very well with the tree dwellers and are picking up their language surprisingly fast. I have no doubt that it will not be too long until they can speak with the tree dwellers better than I myself can. I am leaving tomorrow to check on the Osmoian Age. Cirrus has suggested that I allow him and his brother to stay. Though the idea unsettles me, I know the boys are growing up rapidly. The hospitality of these creatures is such that I think I could think of no better place to leave them alone for a short while, so I will consent to their request. I warned the boys not to take advantage of the respect of the tree dwellers. What does that say? Fucking cursive, man. I warned the boys not to take advantage of the respect the tree dwellers have for their ideas. They seem to understand my warning, and I have faith they will follow it. Much to my dismay, upon arriving in Everdunes, I learned that Pran and her people are continuing to be menaced by the Choktik. I fear for their survival and plan on returning to her shortly after checking on Cirrus and Achenar here. See the Everdunes Journal for more information. After watching Cirrus and Achenar, I see they are handling things very well, and I think I can put to rest any fears about leaving them in Channelwood again, and for a little longer time. The tree dwellers seem slightly distressed that I am leaving, but are happy that Cirrus and Achenar are staying behind again. I have been gone for over 3 days and have been to many different places. I had to tell Cirrus and Achenar about Pran's death today, and they were visibly shaken, although they only remembered her from their childhood. Catherine has suggested that it would be wise for Cirrus and Achenar to leave Channelwood for a while, and I have to agree. They will be returning with me when I leave next. I have told my sons that they will be returning with me in 2 days. They spent the entire night telling me of an adventure they experienced in my absence, and it was rather remarkable. It seems they constructed a boat with the creatures and traveled some ways out into the surrounding waters. I enjoy hearing them talk excitedly of their adventures, and am reminded of my own adventures as a child. I finally understand why the tree dwellers have been giving me their many inks and insisting I write with them. Looking through some of my past entries, I see now that the inks have changed from the black which I thought they were to various different colors. I have shown some of the creatures my journal, and they laughed and howled. I did not know they had such a sense of humor. Even now, as I look through this very colorful journal, I cannot help but laugh myself. We will be returning tomorrow, so my sons are with the creatures for the last night here. They have told me they would like to come to Channelwood again, and also ask if they can visit some other ages alone. Though I will have to think over their request, I believe they have proven to me that they are trustworthy and responsible. Catherine will also have to help me decide whether they are ready for travel alone. For now, I must give my farewells to the creatures, for I do not know how long it will be until I visit this age again. And then we have some drawings here at the end. It looks like a little map with a future bridge marked, a windmill, and then like a picture of a dwelling. Interesting, interesting. I'm going to go over here to my notes and do my best to copy down what was written there. And now we may or may not have a map of Channelwood. Fingers crossed. So, now we have to find Channelwood. I think we've already figured out that the tower rotation stops in 4 places, and there are 4 journals on the shelf, so our options for Channelwood are Big Tree, Spaceship, and Gears. I'm going to guess Big Tree. Let's go take a look at that, shall we? It's interesting, in the remake you have to close the door before pushing the button, but in this version it closes itself. Alright. Book. Indeed. The tree. Okay. And let's check. Can I go down, please? Thank you. The key. 724. Alright. Separated there by commas, but we don't know if it's indicating a sequence or code. It could be the combination to the safe in that cabin, though. That's where I'll start. It can also technically be a time, but it wasn't written as one. The other thing that's strange is that the it's not written just 724 like a number, like I would expect the combination of a safe to be written. The commas in between make me think it's a sequence of numbers, but maybe that's just old-fashioned style writing of combinations before everyone had a lock code on their phone. Oh, there were the birds, motherfucker. Alright, maybe they only show up every time we come back to Myst. So next time we come here, we'll have to be really careful. And not scare them away. 724. This can also be a clock thing, but it's not a round of 5, so. Boom! Matches. Hello. Can I... Oh, I had to move the mouse across in order to light it. Okay, let's light the broiler. Oh, look at that. I think it's lit. And now... Whoa, look at that gif. Pressure's not going up. Nope, still not going up. I wonder if there's a valve somewhere that we have to close in order for the pressure in this to actually start increasing. Or maybe it's something that just takes some time. I've now turned it 15 times. I don't think I've gone even a full turn around on the crank, though. You sick of that sound yet? Oh, it won't go any further. Okay. Oh shit! Whoa! Whoa, something's happening. Holy shit. Okay. Tree evader. Whoa. Okay. Look at that. That's neat. I guess we can go up then. If I turn this down, will the tree start descending? I assume we're filling up some kind of like pressurized hydraulic or something. Takes a big difference for it to go back down. Oh, the fire went out. That ought to do it. Ah. Ah, hurry. Is it coming down? Yeah, hello. I would say we could take it up, but where to? So, let's try going down instead. Phew! Oh, this is terrifying. But look at that. We appear to have succeeded. Oh, there's another crank down here. So if the thing's in the wrong level, we can escape. What does this button do? I don't know. Maybe we have to use that in order to get back up. We'll see. It's time to go to Channelwood. Yep, looks about right. Like a cypress swamp. Okay. You just come in facing a dead end. Alright. There's pipes running along the ground. Okay. That seemed to divert sewage? I don't know, this one just goes down into the water. Interesting. At the end here there's a pump, or something. Nope, that didn't work. There's a windmill. Here, a dead end, broken pipe. Okay. So I believe we started right there. If I go this way, there's a path to what looks like... Whoa, hold on, that's a full 180. It's an elevator. Hello. That doesn't work. Okay. There's another pipe diverter here. It looks like there's another path if you loop around... Oh yeah, you have to go across this gap, and it takes you to another elevator. Okay. Looks like there's a lot of flow diverters at these different checkpoints here. Another elevator there. Or maybe just a door? Can't go through. Alright. Let's see what's on this rock. It's the only solid land on the entire age that I can see. Hello. Alright, there appears to be a windmill here. With pipes coming up from the water. Love the detail. You can see the shadow of the windmill here so you know where you're at. Pipes coming up from the water. One goes into this big tank. Okay. What does this do? Shuts off water to the tank. Interesting. There's not a second pipe coming out. So I wonder... There's a pump there. The second pipe goes up in the rear. Can I get in front here? Thank you. Interesting. Alright, well, let's open this. Let the water flow down through the system, I guess. I wonder if holding that crank down does something to generate power instead of draining into this tank. Very interesting. But we have a hose now that seems to have water running through it. Yeah, I still hear it. Okay. I guess let's see if it goes over here. Oh, hello. Yeah, this is like running now. Whatever this is, it's still locked though. Let's go the other way. So there's an... Oops, there's an elevator over there, I think. Let's see if we can take the water that way. Sure enough. Is this gonna run now? Hell yeah. Hydroed power, baby! Here we are up in the treetops. Let's see if we can figure out where we're where we are on this map that we drew. Oh, there's a dead end over here. Just looks like a wrecked house. Okay. And then a house with uno, dos, tres connections coming off. One of which is square. Well, there's no tree people. Square house with 2 connections. There's only 2 of those. Yeah, okay. So we're in the... This part of the map that we're in is right there. And then the house over here is the upper right. Over there is the upper left. This is the square one at the bottom there. So if we go right, we should come to a T-junction. Sure enough. And here there was a plan for a future bridge. Oh, that hasn't been built yet. Oh, hello. Well, we just did something over there. I think we're opening and closing a door? I guess we'll swing it the other way, since, you know, the way it wasn't going to work for us, probably. Alright. So it looks like the future bridge has been built, and it connects over to... Nope, I got turned around. This one was supposed to have a future bridge attached to it as well, and it looks like that was built. No, that what I was seeing was a dotted line. Oh, so the dotted line that I was looking at was actually connecting that platform we were on with the lever to the platform where the door was opening and closing. Okay, okay. So the future bridge... So is that one, and an opening. Wait. Does this house have 4 open sides? I think that's... Oh, yeah. So this future bridge hasn't been built yet. It would be this side. Okay, okay. That, I think, is just a connecting house. Well, let's go up to the other side then. So I think over here is where that door was. Yeah. Hello. There's stairs going down. I don't think this elevator will work because we didn't put power in it, but I can try. No. Okay. So let's go down the stairs. What do these look like on the way up? Man, the number of different renderings and things that had to be done for this is crazy. Ah, and we can just open the door. Okay. Well, cool. I guess now, if we want to go back up, we have a shortcut. So I guess we can send the water somewhere else. Let's go the other way. Let's go to the long path to this guy. Oops. Ah, no, turn around. Okay, I want to take the water over to this. So let's see. Is it going to flow backwards? No, it won't. Nice. Channelwood. Okay. The pipes don't continue to this side. Over here, there's another elevator. Still unpowered. So let's try and power it. Hello. Oh, I thought a platform was going to come out of the water like over there, but it's just an extendo pipe. Okay. Well, now we can power this elevator, which we've already been to all of the places on our map. So I don't know. I'm just going to back all the way up until I can see where I want to go. There we go. We've already been to all the places on our map, so not entirely sure where this elevator is going to go. Somewhere off the charts, I guess. Okay, good. Once the power's gone here, this stays up. That's handy. And this should be on now. Yep. Sure enough. Oh, sorry. This one you do have to close the door. Whoa, hello. Oh shit. It just takes us to a Myst linking book. Okay, well, I'm a little confused. Where are the pages? Sorry, wait a minute. Alright, well, the linking book is protected in this separate elevator, I suppose. That's something. The question now is, where are the red and blue pages? Because really that's our only, like, solid objective in these areas. We could take the power to, hello. There's one spot we haven't taken the power to yet. And that would be here. So let's just do that. It's already almost here. Oh. Oh, yeah, it's an elevator, but it's already at the top, so doesn't matter, I guess. Kind of weird. Just send that back to the other elevator we wanted to use. Let's go back up top and explore a little more, because something's tickling my brain. Were there any houses on this map that, or rather, were there any houses that we saw that weren't on the map? Wait, what is this? Can't, like, really get a look at what I'm trying to see here. It's fine. Oh, I think that's the room. Yeah, that's the room where the linking book is. Okay, it's just over there by itself. That's fine. Oh, there's more up here. Hello. Does this elevator go two ways? It's not powered. Alright. Back down. Let's send the power to a different elevator. This one. That's the only one we haven't used yet, I believe. Or is it the one we used to get up there? This is the only one we haven't used yet. Yeah. This one doesn't go... Yeah, this one goes up from here. Okay, that's what we need. So we need to send the power back over to this area. That's pretty easy. Go back up. Sure enough. It's a whole nother level to the tree dweller village now. Off the map. It's a metal grid. Whoa. Okay. Well, I guess this would be Akinar's room. Huh. It's got a back door, and this. Whoa. Like, what the hell? Why? Okay, and then out the back. Interesting. A more private space. Oh, hello. Look at that. Blue page. Nothing else to see here, I guess. Pretty simple land. Well, hello. Okay. I assume these are recordings of Akinar speaking the Tree Dweller language.
I hope I pushed the right button, my dear. What a very interesting device you have here. I'm not erasing anything important, am I? Remember, he is preparing. Take only one page, my dear brother.
Take only one page. That's a message to his... A message to his brother. Very interesting. What I want to know is if that's Sirius's house. Where's Akinar's house? Oh, hello. In the other direction. Oh, and of course, it's a fucking stately bedroom. Certainly a man who enjoys his daggers. And, hello. Well, ladies and gentlemen, look what we found. Okay, so we got CH. Vault access. Alright. Another exciting bit of my handwriting should have appeared now. Marker switch vault access, Island of Myst. The vault is located in very plain view on the Island of Myst, and access can be achieved very easily if the simple instructions are followed. First, locate each of the marker switches on the island. Turn every one of the switches to the on position, and then go to the dock, and as a final step, turn the marker switch there to the off position. Okay, so all on, and then dock off. It should get us access to a vault, whatever that is. It's got a sink, a chair, and an extra camera angle with a view of the windmill. Red page. Okay. Unfortunately, we cannot take both. I don't know if he's making furniture or breaking furniture, but either way. Props. Alright. Let's go back to the linking book. It's going to be... Actually, it's not that much of a walk. I just have to switch... I think just one thing here. And then I should be able to go all the way around to this one. Nope, it's not pointing this way anymore, is it? Dang, alright. Well, I think once I get it set, it should be pretty easy. So this way, this way, this one's wrong. And away we go. Well, Channelwood didn't really have much for us to write down, did it? Let's return to Myst and put the blue page back into Akinar's book. So we used the safe combination, the furnace, and the tree. And we've also used the dentist office and dates. Let's see what Akinar has to say.
Bad. Good. More pages you find. Bring more. I must have some more.
Please, sir, I'd like some more,
I
please.
ask of you. Long. It's so long since my brother, Sirius, wrongfully imprisoned me within this book. Stupid schemes. Pretty speech. Greed, which is endless. It should be perfectly obvious to you. He's done evil and he has destroyed all before. Do not bring the red pages to him. Not let him trick you. He tricked our father. Hideously murdered our father. He'll trick you. He'll murder you. Don't touch the red pages. I beg you, bring the blue pages. To me, listen, you must obey me. Blue pages are my only hope. You must help me. You must help me.
It's getting a little more desperate now that we can understand him better, it seems like. Well, I'm going to run back to Channelwood and grab a red page. I've returned from Channelwood with a red page. See if Sirius's argument is any more convincing.
Have returned. Official page. Leave from my prison on this forgotten island of Myst. I see that you are. I am called Sirius. I need all the red pages. I know. Must search and bring two more for the red pages. I am released. I promise. Don't touch the blue pages. That's for my wicked brother, Akinar. He is a man of distorted mind and senses. He disgusts me. Do not release Akinar. Thirst for destruction is not. Never ending. Bring the red paper. May you please release me from this prison. I promise you will be greatly rewarded. You must help me. Help me.
Not very convincing yet. I mean, you can't really even say tell what he's saying half the time. Alright, let's go to mechanical next. Before arriving in this age, I was determined that it would be a journey to a world very different from my previous adventures, and it was. The sky here is dark and gray, and incessantly displays flashes of lightning in the distance. I met a very old man with a long beard and hair that hangs to his waist. He is very feeble and has trouble even moving. This man has obviously been through very many things in this strange world, and I have learned many things from him. Take a sip of water. He has told me an interesting story of this world's history. Years ago, he told me, there was a beautiful city that rose up out of the water. It housed many people inside its walls, and the people had everything they wished for. The city was surrounded by 3 high hills which rose higher than the city. On the east hill of the city rested a large lookout post the people of the city had constructed, the post expecting visitors to arrive from the east. The people had no means of traveling the water, which forced them to merely wait for friend or foe. As time passed, friendly visitors brought rumors of an enemy that existed beyond the horizon. The people grew fearful, yet nothing happened. One day, the usually sunny sky became as dark as night, and black ships appeared on the horizon. The lookout post's attempts at peace were turned away, and the sentries were easily overwhelmed. The ships continued to wreak havoc on the city, apparently destroying everyone and everything. After the foundations of the city were destroyed, the city sunk deep into the ocean, and only the lookout post remained. The black ships sailed away. The man continued to say that 8 people had hidden and managed to survive through the attack. In the 9 years since the attack, 2 of the survivors had died. He also said that it was rumored that 10 years from the attack, the enemy would return to finish the destruction they had started so long ago. I have decided since hearing the man's story, it would be admirable to save this civilization and stop this enemy's plan of destruction. I'm excited about the adventure that awaits me, and an idea has sparked in my mind to provide the needed defense for these people. I met the remaining survivors today, and I have begun work on a plan for protection. There's some kind of map here, but we can't read what's written. After a short absence, I have returned to this age with my 2 sons. They have, as of yet, traveled rarely with me, and they are understandably excited to be here. They have grown considerably since Everdunes, and it is already obvious to me that they will be of great help this time, instead of the nuisance they have been in the past. All 3 of us, along with 4 of the healthier survivors, began construction today. We are building upon the old city's ruins, which will provide a perfect foundation for our fortress. My sons have been spending much of their spare time on the South Island, where most of my materials are stored. I am very pleased with their intelligence, and their creativity is refreshing to see, as they work on some small projects of their own. Oh, hi, Mr. B. He just climbed up into my desk. Would you like to be in my lap, sir? It is available. I will be sitting here for the next hour or so. Okay, now the one thing you can't do is sit in front of the screen, bud. Can you hear me scratching his head in the mic? I don't know if that's coming through. It's been over 4 months now, and construction is going well. My sons love the world except for its gray sky. They detest the gray sky, and tell me many times they wish the sky here were like... Mr. B's guarding my mouse. We're like the blue sky in Myst. The old man I first talked to tells me that the enemy is due in 4 months. I feel we will be ready when the time comes. The man reminds me of Emmett in many ways, and I often wonder how Emmett and his people are doing. It has been 6 months of work, and we finally have finished the fortress. It rests between the 3 hills, which are now only islands due to a rising water level that the people experienced after the attack. Inside the fortress, I have designed a most intriguing device. It makes use of a technology called holography I began experimenting with on one of my visits to Espermere. It will be working in a couple of days, after I compensate for some small miscalculations. This holographic device will enable the survivors to learn to use the fortress. The enemy is due to come soon, and I trust the fortress will provide sufficient protection for all of us. The black ships have come. Their attack was substantial. Their weapons have been stopped, and it appears they have turned away in defeat. I could not help but smile as I watched the boat and leave. And back here we had a map of the age, it looks like. Island, island, island. Oh, here comes Mr. B. Come here, bud. Yeah, you can get in my lap. You're always welcome here, buddy. Don't get tangled in the headphone cables now. So it looks like, yeah, a fortress built in the middle, and then 3 islands. Stop, you can't. Okay, Mr. B. He just bonked the mic, and now he's laying on my mouse pad. You're very helpful, my friend. Now he's bunting the hand I'm using the mouse with. Last night we had a small celebration, and the old survivors danced their dances of old. That's a very poorly constructed sentence. My sons did not understand why the sky had not turned back to its original blue. The old man told him that the storms would never end until the enemy was destroyed. I assured my sons that a blue sky was not worth the risk of death, and they seemed to hear me. I have had a healthy adventure, and have begun work on a new book. Once again, I must leave a familiar age in search of a new universe I have begun. But first, I will have an extended time with Catherine, whom I miss very much. I must also return to the people of the Tide. I believe in my travels I have found a substance that will ease the pain of their bone ailments that they have long endured. I hope to return to Mechanical Age one day, and find the population growing, and my fortress still strong. Though the sky may always be black, I am confident the people here feel a heavier darkness has been lifted from their shoulders. Alright, so all we get from that book is the flag shape. Hello, hi Mr. B. He's half in my lap and half bunting against the mic. So let's... Boom. I gotta guess that the big gears is mechanical. Aw, hi buddy. You're being very sweet. Do you want me to turn on the webcam and show you to everybody? Let's see if I can do that. Here's my boy. He's just chilling with headphone cables in his face. Dragging a webcam out here. Don't you bite my cables! Alright, you little criminal. I'm just pulling them out of my ears! I'm going back to my game now, you little crime lord, you. Alright, let's go back into the tower area. Now that we've done the tower rotation, we should be able to look outside and see where the book for mechanical is, and what the key that's required to get in there will be. Sure enough, it's the big gears by the dock. Probably could have guessed that one. And the key... Okay. Let's write this down. Oops, the wrong tool. 240. 221. Oh, and save. Got it. Oh, Mr. B went and settled in a chair. Good job. If I had gotten up at any time during that, he would have happily taken my chair. It's like his favorite thing to do. Okay, 240. The two things that we don't know what to do with on this island right now, well, I guess there's three. We don't know how to get into the spaceship, but I think that's because we don't have the power room set up correctly. Because it had a space for us to divert power to the spaceship, or I think it was called rocket ship. But the other thing we haven't been able to do anything with was the clock tower. So I get there's the butterfly, so I'm not going to click through it this time. Look at them go. They're kind of they almost run against the feeling of Myst. Like, did you just hear the wind? The wind in the trees? Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Oh shit, okay. There's... I just accidentally walked back here. Are you meant to see that there's a path there? Well, that's very subtle. Okay. Anyway, clock tower time. I believe we already figured out that this is our... Wait, minute hand and hour hand, right? And we need 240, so we gotta go 1, 2, 3, 9 times. On the hour, that's 2. This puzzle is impossible for Zoomers. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. 240? Yep. Oh, hell yeah. It's interesting that the book is way the hell over there, but we have to go down here in order to get everything figured out, apparently. Well, look at this. All right, well, now it's pretty clear what 2-2-1 means. I see 2s, 3s, and 1s here. This doesn't do anything. This one, okay, turns the top 2. This one turns the bottom 2. Okay. Oh, shit. And if you hold it, the center gear keeps turning. It's interesting because I think this is kind of hard to pick up on, actually. And this is the hardest part about this puzzle, is realizing that you can hold the gear. It looks like this one on the right is for submitting our combination. So if we need 2-2-1, can't we just turn the bottom one to 1, turn the top one once, and then turn the top one twice? Oh, damn it, I let go too soon. That's annoying. Start over. Turn the bottom one to 1, and then a 1, and a 2. Look at that. Oh, shit. And the music changes. If I pull this now... Oh, it just resets the puzzle. And closes. Interesting. Because I wonder if... See, once you have it right, it automatically sets it for you, and it lowers the chain the rest of the way. So from here, I don't think... Yeah, you can't break it anymore. Unless you reset the puzzle. Very interesting. Yeah, the hardest part about this puzzle is realizing that you can hold them down. I think that the only really indicator of that is that it's impossible to get to the solution with just rotating them in pairs. And there's a mathematical way to prove that. It's... Oh my god, it's fucking complicated. I don't expect people playing to figure this out, but let me demonstrate. So... When you turn... Oh, yeah, okay, I reset it. That's fine. When you turn one of these two levers, you turn 2 gears. And essentially, you're flipping between 1, 2, and 3 in that order. And the puzzle starts on 3, 3, 3. So, the... how do I say this? There's a thing you can do with modular arithmetic here. Let me think for a second so I can explain this succinctly. Okay, so it's not really modular arithmetic, it's more like coprimes. But so let's look at the gears here. In order to get the middle, I'm going to draw some lines on my grid, and these indicate the numbers, or the 3 gears, top, middle, and bottom. In order to get the middle gear, which is the one that always turns, whether you turn the left or right lever, in order to get the middle gear to be at 2, you have to turn it a fixed number of times, because the gears just go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. In fact, I think they only have... It doesn't even matter how many faces they have, because the pattern repeats and there's no gaps. There's no blank faces. There's no point where it like starts over. It just goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So in order to get it from 3 to 2, you have to either turn it 2 times, or 5 times, or 8 times. And I think that's about the limit of times you can turn. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, because eventually this hits the floor. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Okay, so 9 is the limit, right? So we only get 9 moves, because after 9 moves, we literally can't do anything else. The gears stop working. Okay, so we need the middle gear to say 2. And we need to do this whole puzzle in either 2, 5, or 8 moves, because those are the only combination. Those are the only numbers of moves where we end up with a 2 in front. Okay, we want the top gear to say 2 as well. So that's this. It's the same logic, except instead of the total number of moves, it's the number of moves on the left gear. So let me add a left and a right down here. That is not how you spell right. I put an E in there for some reason. R-E-I-G-H-T. Would that be rate? Like weight? God, English is a fucked up language. So the left handle is what we use to turn just the top two. So in order to get the top gear to say 2, we have to turn the left handle 2, 5, or 8 times, right? Because we need the top one to be a 2, right? And you can demonstrate that. You can try it. You can be like, okay, to get 2 on top, I gotta go 1. Oops, it's the right handle. Fuck. Okay, so the right gear, we gotta turn 2, 5, or 8 times. Just scoot that over. Because that's what makes the top gear turn. All right, so it's 1 time, 2 time, and then we can see from here 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what puts a 2 on top. Okay. To get a 1 on the bottom, the logic is really similar, and we have to turn the left gear a total of 1, 4, or 7 times. And you can figure that out just by saying, okay, I want the bottom one to be a 1, so 1 time does it. 3 more would be 4. 3 more would be 7. So what we need is, assuming we're not holding the levers down, we need the number of times that we turn the right gear and the number of times that we turn the left gear to add up to one of these numbers in the middle, because the one in the middle for the middle gear is the total number of moves we've made. So the total will be left plus right. As we make 3 here and 2 here, this middle gear is going to turn 5 times. But if you look, this doesn't work. There's no combinations that add up. Like 1 plus 2 is 3, 1 plus 5 is 6, 1 plus 8 is 9. None of those are options. And similarly with 4 and 7. You can try every combination of moves that puts a 2 up top and a 1 at the bottom, and none of them work. So eventually, even if you're trying every combination that could work, you'll realize none of them do, and then you might notice that this is one of the only levers in the game that has an animation for it going back that does not play until you let go of the mouse button. There's like a delay there. It's not much on video, but you feel it in game. For example, this lever, as soon as I pull it down, the animation starts immediately and it goes up. Even if I continue holding the mouse button, well, I gotta do something here, but even if I continue holding the mouse button, it goes back up, but it runs the whole process. So if you were to look at something like one of those doors, like the elevators in Channelwood, if you keep holding the handle down, it won't go until you let go. So it's kind of established that this is a thing in this universe. Anyway, that's enough talking about math theory. This is the mechanical age. It's gotta be mathy. Let's go over to those big ass gears, shall we? Oh, also, we can now do the thing. The 2 pages that we put together. So it says, what is it? It's a really long paragraph, but really all it says is turn all the marker switches on and then turn the one with the dock off. I think we've already turned them all on. So let's turn this one off. A page. There's a page here. But we don't know what to do with it. It's like pink? It kind of looks pink. What's interesting is you can take this in, not to the dentist office. Excuse me, sir. You can take this in here, and it won't go into either of these books. You just open them instead of putting it in. See? That's the point where the animation would play for you added a page to this book. So we end up finding, there's a page in here, and you can find this here after only doing 2 ages, assuming you randomly pick Stoneship and Channelwood. So now we have this extra page, which kind of implies something if you're paying attention. All right, let's go to mechanical. let me erase the notes that I took to get us in here. And I'll also erase this text box at the bottom, just because we don't need it. Boom. So now we can take clean and fresh notes for our new ages if we need to write anything else. Okay, save. And it looks like right here in Mechanical, we immediately get access to a desktop wallpaper, and then another, and then another. We come out of a big gear. There's no book inside this one, and this is so clearly the inspiration for something in Riven, but we'll get there. All right, we have a puzzle, or really a combination lock. So there's a bunch of symbols in here, and presumably when we push the button something would happen, but we don't know what to put in there. So I could write down all those symbols, but I think it's pretty obvious if we run into something that has those symbols on it, we'll know. Man, the fact that these interiors use like default textures you could buy from texture packs back in the day, like this plated steel texture that looks like the back of your dad's truck, like the truck bed, or this marble floor texture that I think is literally used for the chessboard in Seventh Guest. Like some of these, it's interesting to see like texture archaeology. Anyway, this does kind of match the map that we saw, which looked like a V-shaped hallway with a room on either side. Whoa, hello. Well, okay, let's step into the middle of the room. Okay. Whoa, what is this? Fortress Rotation Simulator. Calibrating. I love the in-universe explanation of... I made a hologizer in order to teach the people how to use the fortress. So here we are, and we get to learn how to use the fortress. So we got two levers. This one, again, doesn't go down until you let go, but it does nothing. The right one, oh, made a tink noise. Interesting. All right, what if I turn it all the way up and then turn this one? Whoa, look at it go. So this is like... interesting. So this is like switching from park into drive, and this is like hitting the accelerator, it looks like. But we don't actually line up correctly until we've parked. Alright, so these are all making different noises. Let's write that down. We'll make a little compass rose here. And let's see if I can describe these sounds with onomatopoeia. Got it? Fucking nailed it. And then let's go up. Oh, didn't go far enough. Let's listen to this one. Oh, well that's easy. And the next. And finally. Okay, so we've got beep, bleak, clonk, and grz. That should be good enough. There certainly won't be confusion later. All right. Back to this creepy ass room. Oh, I thought I could see the... Oh, I can sit in the chair. Ooh. Is this... I'm not even sure. I was going to say, I'm not sure if this is Cirrus or Akinar's room, but I'm getting the impression it's Akinar's now. He loves those masks. Look at this five-sided figure. Hello. God. It's like something at the Seventh Guest, I swear to God. I love it. I love it. All right. Let's move through into... Oh, hello. Okay, I'm gonna leave that for the moment. Let's continue, because I think, yes, this must be Sirius's room. I have no doubt. And look at this. He's got, like, models from other ages. The ship from Stoneship, readily available as a video game asset for the people making this game. The space, or the rocket ship. Queen someone. I don't know who that's supposed to be honest. There's like little dimples on the walls in some places. See, there's like little lumps sticking out. Oh, a telescope, which I'm currently looking at nothing. I don't seem to be able to turn it either. Oh, what is this? It's a clock. It's the clock tower from Myst. Huh. We can't seem to interact with this one, though. Okay. Whoa. And we've got yellow, green, and red orbs that glow when we mouse over them, but don't seem to do anything else. I love like these single pixels of glare on the glass. It's like a tiny little detail, but it actually adds a lot to making that look more real. And this looks like a drawer, but I don't seem to be able to open it. Oh no, it's not a drawer, it's a vase. The top of it just kind of looked like a handle. Hello. Chessboard. Does this open? It looks like one of those boxes where one of the sides would slide out. It's a 6x6 board. That's interesting. Alright, we can sit in this chair too. Let's look at this painting. Well, that's pretty. It's got a Bob Ross in here. He can't be that evil. We're officially picking Sirius as our friend. Well, that's cute. I wish I could look at the, whatever this is a little more closely. No, that's Sirius. He made himself king. What a goober. Alright. And we're back out to the front. Okay, well I didn't see any symbols. Let's go back through Aknar's room and look at the... yeah, hallway with big red button. Let's push it. Okay. Holy shit. We just unlocked basement access, it looks like. What is this? Okay, there's like 2 concentric circles. Alright, let me write down the starting position of this in case something wonky happens. I'll be able to put it back. Let's pull the lever! Look at that, it's turning within it. Boom. Oh, and I went too far. Wow. If that's not running as fast as my processor can go, I don't know what else explains the insane speed there. Okay. Well, now that they're lined up and it turned red, so... and it was turning this cylinder that was turning, like, the whole room above us. Oh, and there's a wall here. Oh. Oh! I thought that the stairs were blocked. From here, it almost looks like you just walk up and, oh, there's a wall. Also, look at this texture. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Look at the mapping and the lighting. But when we turn around, we see we're not actually in a dead end. Look at this. This is open now. There was like glass or something there before. Can I walk around this? Nope. Alright, let's get in. Hello. Okay, well, can I go down? I know there's a basement. Nope. Can I go up? That door sliding into view is so beautiful. There's no perspective on it, it's just a flat image. Okay, what is this? It's like... nothing. There's just a dead end. And there's... hello. Oh, there's an arrow at the top of the elevator to make you look up. That's clever. There's controls up there. And there's like a hole, I guess, to the sky? Wild. Those 2 levers look familiar. Okay, let's see here. What does the middle one do? Oh, fuck, it's like going off. Okay. We're like halfway. Oh, so we couldn't go down. Let's try down then. Yeah, so we couldn't go down because we were already on the lowest floor this goes to. But apparently there's a halfway. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Some of you who have clever eyes probably already spotted something sus. There's like a yellow stripe over here on the wall. There's like a panel. Is this like a secret? Sure it fucking is. Look at that. And there's a fucking cage in here. Cool. With a lever. Oh my god. An electrified cage. That's fucked up, Akinar. Oh, and there's the blue page. Very nice. And more poison. God, Akinar, there's something wrong with you, my guy. This floor texture doesn't quite look like it goes into a corner there. Nightmare fuel for 7-year-old me right there. It's got like masks that look fucking creepy. Also don't like the storage of this treasure chest on its side. Man, there's so many frames around here that are just to get you looking closely at things. You know? Looking closely enough that you might realize, hey, maybe there's something sus in Cirrus's room too. We do get this suspicious near the floor view. Is there another? Holy shit. His is slightly better hidden because there's not a yellow stripe on it and there's a canvas blocking part of it. Oh, but his treasure room is equally fucking weird. Alright, we got wine bottles. What is this? A note from Akinar. Cirrus, your greed sickens me. Your desire for wealth and plunder is never satisfied. I will instruct my subjects not to pay your new tax, and you know they'll listen to me. Regards, Akinar. Interesting. Oh, there's the red page. Okay. So now we've found notes from Cirrus to Akinar and from Akinar to Cirrus, but on different ages. So it looks like the two of them have been traveling around a bit, and leaving notes for each other. Because that note was from Akinar, but we're in Cirrus's room, so clearly he knows about the secret spot and left it there, or Cirrus collected it somewhere else and put it there. In any case, we've found the red and blue pages. So now we just have to go back to Myst. Except there's no book here. Oh god. Alright, we need to explore some more and figure out where these symbols come from. So the only thing that we can interact with in this age that we haven't figured out already, or that we haven't like fully figured out, is so we can go down here and turn things. I think all it does is let the elevator be open, because it's like rotating the elevator within the elevator shaft, and we can't use the elevator unless the doors line up. So probably want to leave that where it is. We can go up to halfway again. See if there's anything to do there. Try as you might from here. We can't even turn around and look at the other side of the elevator. There's nothing to do there. But you may also have noticed, when we went down to the mid-level, it didn't go straight there like when we went up and down. It was on like a bob-omb timer. So if we step out of the elevator, it will leave without us, thus allowing us access to the levers. Very fucking exciting. And now that we know how to use these, hopefully we can figure out... Oh shit. Okay, that's good. That brings the elevator back. Because that was the only button that wasn't already there on the demonstration. So, good thing that brings the elevator back. Yeah, and the reason you're supposed to figure this out is the fact that the middle button's on a timer for some reason. There's an arrow here that tells you to look up and you see levers. Alright, so let's see what we got. Okay, the thing is now facing west, apparently. I'm surprised it doesn't make more noise. I mean, it seems like that would make a hell of a lot of noise. Okay, currents, that's to the right. I don't know what direction it was facing when we started. But let's try to get it to bleak. Nope, didn't go far enough. There it is. So, if my understanding of the fortress rotation is correct, we should now be facing west. And we can look around when we're outside and see maybe where other things might be relevant. Assuming we've actually put it somewhere where we can go. Of course, it's designed so you have to go through one of their rooms every time. Okay, this takes us somewhere. Alright. There's a little island out here. We can look back to see. Okay. Well, there you go. Just add those down here. Seems pretty obvious that these are the symbols we saw earlier on this island. Okay, so let's make a little map here, because it looks like there's the fortress in the center, and the fortress rotates to face different directions. And it looks like west is these two symbols, and north is where the gear is open. I'll add those to my map down here. And it also looks like there is nothing to the south here. Oh no, there is. Look at that. Okay, there's another partial island to the south. So something else is down there. It looks pretty similar to the one we're on. So let's go there next. Go all the way back around. Go into the elevator. Go up to the top. And then pull our little maneuver. All right, now let's see if we can go to the south. Nope, that's east. A little farther. Clonk, that's south. Activate. I feel like there should be a loud sound playing when that's happening. I'm not sure if it's an oversight or if the Steam version of the game has a bug. But I feel like when you're turning those gears, it should be like really grinding, and like you feel the movement with the sound that plays and tells you something's happening, you know? Oh. Wait a minute. Excuse me? Pardon me? I don't understand. We heard clunk. I am confused. Let's listen to the sounds again. Writing them on onomatopoeia was still the right choice. Fight me in the comments. Yeah, so this is... Yeah, so the line shows where the bridge is pointing. Okay, and then right now, it's clunk. Okay, so my map is wrong down here. Let me just move this down here. And then, I guess, something is up there, but we don't know what yet. And then I guess this one also needs to go across because it was on the right-hand side of the gear, not the other way around. And then I'm just going to do a little cleanup. Okay, so that's what the map should look like. Okay, so let's listen to what the right-hand sound is again. Oh, I'm a fool! What a fool I am! I got the sounds right. I think? Oh. I think the problem is I imagined it turning clockwise, and it turns anti-clockwise. Because the gear in front of you at the top levels looks like it's turning clockwise. Okay, so that's one that's like springy. Okay. So springy is on the east. Oops. Ugh, I don't want to be in here. Get me out of here. Okay, so let's take another look at this, shall we? Now what I'm going to do is try to go north, because I think that will clear things up. Yeah, see? It looks like it's rotating clockwise. That's what threw me off. Yeah, that is... I guess I mistook that sound, which is bleak. I mistook it for quartz. I think. Yeah, that's definitely north. Yeah, and that's east. Okay. Okay, yeah. So, wait, what? No, I got it wrong again. That sound is bleak. This is west. And if I turn a little bit, I'll go anti-clockwise to south, which is clunk. Okay, yeah, okay, now I figured it out. So I'll keep going past Kurntz. Sorry. Kurntz. All the way up to north. Got it. Let me just go ahead and draw on here a little arrow. That's in black, that's not helpful. A little arrow reminding me which direction this thing turns. You see what I mean? How everything has a sound in this game? I feel like turning the entire island should make a lot of noise. Whoops. Okay, here's north. Okay, we've got ourselves a little something here. So I'm going to put a box around this. And I'm going to draw these symbols. Okay, now I think we have the full combination. So let's look. Yeah, there's no island over there. I don't know if I can turn 90 degrees to look. Yeah, there it is. Nothing. Okay. So this also had half of the thing, but it was the first two. This one had the last two, and this one there's nothing. Okay, so we have the full combination now. So, since the only thing left is putting the combination in, because it seems like we've solved everything else. Oh, wait. Yeah! I almost forgot. You want to look through the telescope in every direction. Only one of the four has anything, but this is the one that you want to see. A skeleton hanging from a sunken... Well, it looks like the top mast of a sunken ship. So, ooh. I think this might be what's off to the west. All right, now we know. Let's grab a page. Where was Cirrus's? Or rather, Akinar's page. No, it's Cirrus's. What am I saying? There it is. And let's take this with us now, because we may be heading towards the exit. Let's go... Yeah. So now we gotta turn the entire island back so that it faces to the south. I wonder how many people play through most of the age just carrying around one of the pages. Okay, so we are currently facing north, so we got to go about halfway around. Quarter, half. Yep. Now let's go south. Maybe there's no large angry gear noise because they really want you to be able to listen and pay attention to the relatively quiet sound effect, which tells you the direction that you're facing. That's probably why the gears don't make a... Hello? Did I just go backwards? That's probably why the gears don't make a friggin' racket. Alright, let's see what putting this combination in does. We got the first one right. Could have just tried them all, I mean... That one, and then a half circle. Oh, shit. More secret stairs, y'all. Love that musical sting. It's a musical thing just for being in this tiny antechamber after you found the Myst book. And it leads right into the, like, Mysteries of Myst theme or whatever this is. Also, it shows the flyby to the dock, but it's going to put us in the library, I believe. Yep. You always link straight back to the library, so you remember that you got to do something with this page. Oh, and you can try and put a page in the wrong book. Nothing happens. That's how we know that the book in that thing on the dock is not important. Alright, let's listen to what Sirius has to say, I guess.
With each page I can see more clearly. Soon, free from this horrible prison. This book. You must visit the one remaining age. You have not. Comfort that my brother Akina is demented. He is guilty. He took advantage of the freedom our father had given us. Akina begins it. I ask you again. Do not retreat from pages. He will destroy both myself and you, just as he destroyed the other pages of Myst. Never will escape. You must simply bring the record. The story that I, your wisdom, you will see that I am innocent and he is guilty.
And then he gets a GIF scrambled for a second.
This forgotten island long ago. I will owe you my life, and you will be greatly rewarded.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go fetch the blue page. All right. Let's hear Akonar's side of the story.
My friend. Bring in the blue pages. I see. Convinced Sirius is guilty. Pray, do not release him. He will destroy me, just as he did. Innocent bystander. I've been wrongly tricked into imprisonment. You have observed his unbridled lust for riches. In the 4 remaining worlds, some plot. It was almost perfect. Final blow to father. You tricked him into believing that it was I who was the murderer. I didn't murder father. Bring me the remaining. Please. Liar. Fooling a liar. I must not be free. The remaining blue pages from the last age of Myst. I must be free. Must free me. I cannot bear it here for eternity. Free me.
Exciting. And spooky. They're both still adamant that they're innocent and that the other is not. And it's interesting, they both accuse each other of things that are true. Akonar says that Sirius is greedy and has a lust for gold, which is obvious in all of Sirius's rooms looking like a king's foyer. And then Sirius says that Akonar is disturbed, and that's kind of obvious from the fact that his rooms all have like torture chambers and poisons and shit. One age remains, and it's a spicy one. This is always the one that I forget the name of, but I think it's Selenitic. Time for the 4th age, whose name I believe does not appear in this journal. So I'm going to look it up because I want to be clear about what age we're talking about. Let me see if I can spell it correctly. Cool. Let's read the journal. It has been a while since I have heard only silence, and I enjoy it greatly. I think for some reason, I do not feel altogether welcome in this new world in which I have arrived. But how can I be unwelcome in an age with no inhabitants? It is, of course, only in my head. This world is very beautiful. But I think I have yet to ever write in a journal that an age I have linked to is horrid or disgusting. From the grassy hill where I am standing, I can see green fields below, along with a few scattered forests. A rather large lake looms some distance from where I am standing, yet the water's blue can be seen plainly from here. The air is fresh and the sky is sparkled with white clouds. It is absolutely breathtaking, and yet, that strange feeling again. Perhaps it is the hot breeze that continues to blow in from the north. Hotter than I would have imagined, it almost singes my skin, and I feel quite uncomfortable when it comes. I will try to ignore it. Night has almost arrived, and the sunset is spectacular. Oranges and reds have settled above the western horizon. Though night has come, the horizon still glows red long past sunset. Dark reds flow from the horizon and blend into the black sky. Again, the feeling. And I am beginning to believe it is not all in my mind. I must sleep now. I will need my strength to explore more tomorrow. I have had to return home due to an unpredictable natural occurrence more frightening than I have ever experienced. I was awakened by terrible shakings in the ground and explosions on all sides of me. Gigantic balls of fire were falling from the sky, and I immediately left in fear of my life. I must remember to bring a Myst linking book with me when I return, in case the one I left there has been damaged or destroyed. I have returned to a different world than the one I left only 3 months ago. It has been transformed into a barren desert land, with only gigantic craters scattered across the land to provide variety. Strangely enough, the small grassy hill where I spent my first night remains exactly the way I found it. Apparently, the falling meteors did not hit this area, leaving an oasis in the midst of this horrible destruction. The hot wind, I remember, has turned into a rather pleasant breeze, which is at least one improvement. I fear it is the only improvement. The magnificent lake I saw on my first trip is now completely dried up. However, another lake now exists and appears to be quite a bit larger. I assume one of the falling meteors created this lake due to its circular shape and the jutting rock that grows out of the center of the lake. The rest of this world seems like desert, although I will verify that statement with closer inspection. Though this world has little visual excitement to offer, it offers much to the ears. Sounds constantly flow through my ears, and I have found where a few of them originate. It seems, as Catherine says, I do find beauty in everything. Last night I was awakened by a horrible hissing. I was sweating, and the heat was so intense that I immediately dipped my head into a nearby stream to cool it down. The hot breezes had returned, along with a low roar from the ground. I walked a short distance to observe some red flames shooting up from the earth. Suddenly, the ground began to crack, and a huge chasm opened. The chasm continued to grow until it was far too wide to cross. The tumult subsided, leaving only a dull roar. I have decided, however, I can use this chasm to my advantage. Perhaps the heat from the chasm can be harnessed. And here's a rudimentary steam engine, it seems. Even as the chasm has ripped into the surface of this world, it has opened up a new world to explore. Although it uncomfortably hot, I found it possible to reach a cave in the chasm that had been created. I have now explored deep into the crust of this planet. I have found a vast underground cave system that will take many years to map and explore. Foreshadowing. I will also look for a safer way to reach the underground than through the chasm wall. This age seems to change on its own, so I feel I should leave again and see if things are different when I return. It is also important that I check on Cirrus and Achenar and make sure everything is going along well. When I return, I also hope to bring back some tools I will need for my plans to explore the underground. The abundance of raw materials here is beginning to amaze me. I have returned with some of the complex tools I knew I would be needing. I assumed I'd have to return for more basic materials. However, it seems as though I will be able to find everything I need here. Of course, iron is abundant, but I have already found titanium occurring naturally. I am all the more excited to begin work. Everything is set, and I look forward to tomorrow. My raw materials are all here, and I think I will be able to have most of my additions to this age completed within 1 year. I so love working with my hands, rather writing or building. And then it appears the journal has faded away. The ink disappeared. And he said, well, and I have decided, and there looks like a map, or like a compass rose. I see an N and like a rotational thing. Okay. Not much to go on there, but I'll take a note of that. 3 meters is not enough support for the... Okay, we have a sound dish. Amazingly strong. Ah! And the rocket ship. The spaceship. So now we know where this age is, hopefully. To be one of my most prized inventions, I am extremely something. Never have imagined it to come together. I doubt could possibly work with 14 instead of completely fatigued. I'm so happy to have a calm... I am leaving today in order to bring back Cirrus and Achenar. I have left them alone in Channelwood. I believe they will enjoy all there is to see here. The age seems to have stabilized. I believe the meteors set off a period of volcanic activity by piercing into the shallow crust, but the tremors have become few. I've just noticed that large amounts of this journal have curiously vanished from the very pages upon which I wrote them over the last 18 months. Fortunately, I have copied many of my construction notes in another journal. I do not understand the many mysteries of this world, but I trust I will discover logical explanations to my questions. I have a feeling that many of my questions can be answered in another age, to which I hope to travel soon. But for now, I must simply accept this world's mysteries and take pride in my accomplishments. And here we have a keyboard, and boy howdy am I going to have fun trying to draw this. Start from the bottom here. Actually, I'm going to start from the first set of keys that is relevant. So, piano keys come in octaves. So you always have these 2 key groups and then 3 key groups. Rather, that's the black keys. The white keys are grouped of 3 and 4. This is going to be a nightmare to try and get down correctly. That's friggin' terrible. Hopefully that's enough clarity that I can indicate which keys I mean. Okay, taking notes of that. And then the last page here looks like, it looks like a map. So we'll just take a rough sketch of this. Just get that pretty close. Something like that. All right. So that's what we've got for the Selenitic Age. I assume our next step is tower rotation, so we can figure out how to get into this ship. Also, we have all of the things turned on now, I think, so we're kind of finally seeing what the whole map looks like on that page. Rather, on that painting. I love the deeply pixelated background in the outside the elevator. When you can only see such a small part of the view, the pixels become really apparent. Yep, it's the ship. Alright, let's see what the key is. Hopefully this tells us something about the power level. Yep. $59 volts. Alright. So now we have to figure out how to get 59 volts to the ship, and hopefully we'll be able to open the door. Whoops, get back in the elevator, sir. If I recall correctly, there were 10 buttons in that power chamber that we saw earlier. So I'm going to go ahead and notate 10 buttons. And now we can figure out how much each of them adds or removes, and then try to figure out how we make 59. And then we've also found 2 places, at least 2 places, along the power line where there's these little handles that pop back up. Maybe they're like circuits, and we'll have to reset them. Or not circuits, but fuses, or breakers. Rather, breakers. And we'll have to reset them once we've got the power set correctly. I love that sound. That it's beautiful. Well, power's got to be working something. Okay, I'm going to take note of all of these. Got 10. Okay, I'm trying to remember a few numbers. 7, 8. 7, 8. 16, 5. 1, 2, 22. And then finally, 19 and 9. Save those. So we've got a good flexibility here. It may not be easy to read here, but this one is a 10. Let me just improve my handwriting a little. There we go. So we need 59. Okay, well, let's see. 22 plus 16 would be close. 38, okay. Add another 19. 57. Look at that, add 2, 59. Easy. I just stumbled into it. And then there's no other like lever to pull or like power to transfer, so presumably that we're done down there. Let's see if we can get into the ship. Sure enough. What the hell are these handles here for then? I legitimately don't know. If I could walk over there, I'd be so happy. Okay. Okay. Did that turn it off? Nope. No idea what those two handles are for. Interesting. Maybe it lets you reset the system if you put too much power through or something. What is this? Oh boy. It's a music puzzle. Every gamer's nightmare. We're all tone deaf. Okay, here's one. I presume we need to enter that over here. That would be it. And then we're an octave higher. It's hard to tell if we're right or wrong because grabbing them can move them. I think that's right. Okay, and then 3 is just a few notes higher. We could try and guesstimate it, but... Yep, that's it. 4. No, it's like a step lower. Yep, that's it. And then 5. It's also 2 notes lower than the first one. Fuck. It wasn't right. I hate this puzzle so much, man. I really hate this puzzle. If this ain't it, I'm tone deaf. Oh, finally! Victory! Victory in Europe, victory in the Pacific. Alright, let's click on the fucking book. If you haven't guessed yet, this age is all about sound. Which makes it especially where there's no... Whoa, crackly. Oh, it's like getting interference and shit. That's kind of freaky, actually. I don't want my linking book to get interference. I want to be safe, damn it. Man, oh, look at this. Whoa. These don't work. Here's that roar. Oh boy. Oh man, this is something. Interesting. We have a sound combination lock and the lowest textures ever seen. So there's... Okay, let me just look around. So is there a big crater somewhere? I'm just kind of walking here. Oh shit, look at this! There is a hilly area over here with green grass. This must be the hill where he appeared. He said it was still nice. And there is, it seems to be, a switch for whether or not water is water. Oh, and a blue page, just sitting out here. I guess he expects the weather to be pretty good. Yep, here's a fountain. And this... It's not obvious. I think... Can I look at it again? Hello? This one, it's not obvious, I think, to most players, but this is a Blue Yeti. I mean, it's a big condenser mic. So, I mean, it's a sound world. What do you want? But let's turn the button on. Why not? It was off when we got here. Now water is water. You can't go to any of these other paths. Back across. Okay, I think we're going past where we came in. Yep. There's another set of stairs here. Ooh. And this one's fucking rumbly. Fucking rumbly. This must be the chasm that was mentioned. We got some geothermal power going on here. Alright, turn on the geothermal. There's another mic. And there was a dish above this too, right? Where's it pointing? Can't turn and look the other way. Maybe we'll... Oh, well, here's the big island with the rock in the middle. That's got to be this dot in the middle. Something's wrong with your clock, dude. But clock is now clocking. Interesting. I love the little continuity elements, the same gears on mechanical. Like he talks about bringing things from different places. What are these, like, whistling crystals? And there's the red page. Okay. Yeah, I think they are, like, whistling stones. Isn't it? Mike is over here. Just, like, up by some rocks. Very unique sound. If we come all the way around... Hello. Oh, there's, like, a well. Alright, I'll turn on the well. Where does this go? Oh, it's dark down here. Oh, no, it's still kind of dark. I thought I saw steps over here. Let me... Can I go... No, it doesn't look like I can go over here. Let me just look. Yeah, they just go down into the water. Okay. Whoops. Cave time. Oh, I think we're going out into the center of the lake. Yeah, look at this. Now we're on that island out in the middle. Hello? Oh, okay, we're playing a video game. Whoa, whoa, okay, whoa, hello. The hell? Okay. We're hearing wind. Exciting. What is this? It's strange. So these are like 5 different radio station presets. And it appears I've set this one to Windy Hole, which is what this light is, so that's serendipitous. Let's see what else we can find. There's Windy Hole right there. And then here's something. That's the rumbly pit. Where's Singing Crystals? There's Clock. Singing Crystals is next, yeah. It's like blinking to tell me that we're close. Okay. I think I can find Clock now. Oh, I had to point it at the dish, not at the actual thing. Silly me. Mr. B, stop walking on my screenshot button, dude. I heard like beep, beep, beep. Like, what the fuck? I look over and he's walking on the keyboard. Okay, there's Clock. And then let's set Rumbly Stone. Perfect. Now where was the water one? It was like over there? Off in the distance, I believe. Ew, I don't know if we're going to be able to just suss it out like that. Yeah, it's way over there on the other side of the hill. Whoa, okay. Yeah, I think we have them all. Some! That felt like a password to me. Okay, let's listen again. So it's pipes, water, wind, rumble, and finishes with a clock. I don't know if I need to write these numbers down, but I will. 153.4. The rumble was at 130.3. Clock is 55.6. $15 flat for pipes. I'm calling this one pipes because this one is wind. Also, notably, the wind sound effect used in other parts of the game, so. Alright, I'm sorry, Mr. B, I'm gonna have to eject you. If you keep walking on my keyboard, well, the Let's Play will be in danger. So the page down button stops the recording. Okay, I politely asked Mr. B to leave. And he acquiesced. Well, let's see if we can. Is this just the same? Huh. I mean, it makes sense there'd be a light switch at both ends of this hallway. Fucking nice fucking stonework, you know? Alright, let's go back and put in that combination. But first, let's go back over here and pick up a page. I remember this age being one where it takes a long time to come back for the page, so we'll just deal with having a page in our hand for a while. Alright, what do we got here? Okay, water's down at the bottom. So this is a combination. Water's second. Where's pipes? There it is. Third is wind. Fourth is rumble. Fifth is clock. What a satisfying sound. Also, I love that there's a speaker right here. So you know that the password is sound. Or rather, there's a microphone right there. Let's go. Down to fucking this is like a shot from Star Wars Outcast. Man, this place, I feel like it's a shmup. Hello. Oh my god, we're about to go 20,000 leagues under the sea. Good thing I didn't pay $250,000 for this. Look at this. Look at this fucking submersible, dude. Or whatever it is. Pretty fucking cool. Look at that. It's got a porthole. It's got lights. It's got a door that opens from the inside and the outside. Right? Yeah, look at that. There's a button. Opens the door. That's space age tech right there. Only Atris would have thought of that. Can I turn around? No, I can only face the door or the front. Okay. Well, let's get into the seat. There's only one seat. Forward. Whoa. Okay. We're on some kind of rail system. It's really smartly done because there's a wipe that goes across when this bar comes by. See that? And that allows you to reset whatever comes next. You don't have to know what comes next. It just another image just slides in, basically. It looks like there's nowhere to go here. There's only one path. All right, I'm just gonna write down. Oops, why am I drawing a line? I'm trying to write. Blink, blink, and that'll be this. Forward. Okay, I thought this was a submersible. Apparently, it's a rail car. Bling. Okay. Oh God. I think we should make a map. Let's make a map. Make a map, make a map, make a map, make a map. I'm gonna move some stuff around here. Save. Okay, I just scooted that up. So we got blink. And then we also have, how would we describe this sound? Something like that. All right, and if we're making a map, we can also say we went from the start and we went north. So I'll save that down there too, real small. Let's look around. See what options we have here. Well, south should be an option, right? Because that's where we came from. Yep. Okay, west is an option. Looks like the only option is west. Okay. Guess we're going west. I'll draw that on the map too. That was a familiar sound from Mechanical too, wasn't it? Bleep. So I'm just going to call that bleep. And let's see what directions we can go here. West is no good. Southwest, nope. South, nope. Southeast. East should be available because that's where we came from. Northeast. North. Okay, just north. Unless, yeah, just north. Alright, so we heard a bleep, and we're going to go north. It's the only path forward. Whoa. Okay. I'm just going to call that one Bzzzt. Zerp. I don't know what that means. But from here we can go potentially north again. Or we can go east. Southeast. South will be an option. What about southwest? Nope. West. Northwest. Okay, so we have two options now. We can either go north again, or we can go east. Let's go north. Whoa! Windy fucking path. Holy shit. Do we go back to the start or something? What just happened? There's no sound. And there's a dead end, too. Okay. Because I think going backwards will be fun. Let's go backwards where we were. I'll put an X there to indicate that's a dead end. And I think from here, we have enough information to start making some suppositions. And this, people think you have to map this whole area to find the exit. It's not true. You don't have to find the map. You don't have to map the whole area. You just have to figure out what the fuck this noise means. And what the noise means is which way you should go next. So far we've heard 4 sounds. Blink, plee, beep, and bzzz. And each of those has been in a different direction. Northwest, north again. Actually, so I guess blink and bleep are the same sound. Okay, annoying. That makes me sad. But we do have, we haven't had to go south yet, I guess. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so you know, we did not get a sound when we were at the dead end. So maybe silence is south? I kind of doubt it, because how do you codify silence? Like, what does that even... So I think we can start to figure out, all right, this is giving us directions. So let's make a little compass rose here. And at the top, we'll put... I'll combine the two into blink. And then we just heard this bznerp noise, right? Bners, the spring noise. And then plee told us to go west. So we'll add those on. And we'll just go off that for now and see where we go. We'll know pretty quickly if we've got something labeled wrong, because it will hit a dead end or there won't be a path. But for now, this says go to Berserk, and that's east. Plus, it's the only path we can go down that we haven't explored yet. It's literally, we've mapped all our options up to this point. Okay, that's another east, right? All right. I'll add to the map just so we can kind of confirm what we're looking at here. So let me do a quick spin. Okay, north is an option here. West, of course, is. That's where we came from. Okay, so it looks like we can either go north or east. And we heard the same sound we heard at the last station, right? The springy bzzzt. I'm going to go east again. Continue on the supposition that this is correct. Oh, we know clonk. We recognize clonk from mechanical. So one of the reasons that this isn't as hard is if you do mechanical first, you hear these exact 4 noises in this exact orientation, and they correspond to the same directions that they did there. So we can go northeast from here if we want. But something tells me there's going to be a path to the south. Yeah, it won't let us run into a dead end. That's pretty funny. I love that noise. And look at that. There is a path south. Well, that's another south, right? Let's just keep going. I'm not going to bother spinning. Okay, we know that noise, right? That's bleh, bleh, bleh. That's telling us to go west. Oh, the path's getting a little wonky. Kind of going diagonal on us. Ugh. What the fuck was that sound? That's clonk. And plee plee plee. South and west? What? No, that's the spring noise. That's clonk and bzzzt. That's southeast. No, wait, I just turned the wrong way. It is southwest. Yeah, that's plee 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 for sure. It's not bzzzt, it's plee plee plee. Yeah. Okay. Let's fucking go. We're combining shit now. Okay, that one we know. That's west, right? I believe so. Let's keep going. The purpose of this map really at this point is just to help me get here faster the second time. Ugh, that was horrible. I think that was the top one, the bleak. Along with Blippaplea, so it should be northwest. Sure enough. So far all our suppositions are holding. I'm gonna have to do this whole thing again with the red page. It's kind of why I saved this age for last. It might be this puzzle here is probably the hardest puzzle in the game. This is probably the one where most people, oh my god, that sound, really struggle and end up making a map of all the possible paths rather than figuring out the answer. And if that's what you do, more power to you. I respect it. That's definitely Spring Blink, northeast. Sure enough. That's just north. I'm gonna be hearing that noise in my sleep tonight. Spring and Clunk? Southeast? Wait, did we come into that one facing east? What the hell? Wow, right at the end there, they threw us another curveball by having the track actually make us come in facing a different direction. And now, can I leave? I wonder what happens if you try and open the door anywhere else. I'm going to try that when I get the red page. Look at this. Look at this, like the best hidden Myst linking book ever. Those auditory puzzles are always the hardest for me because it's like, I don't know why I didn't talk during that flyover. I was just listening to the music. I got absorbed. Auditory puzzles are always the hardest for me because you can't like write down the answer and then go plug it in. Like I can draw symbols, I can write text, but I can't write down a note because I'm not able to translate from what I'm hearing to like, oh, that's third octave A flat. If I could do that, like if I could play by ear, I'm sure some people could actually write down, oh, I know what that note is. Let's let Akinar talk for a bit. This should be the last page, right?
Hello, I'm glad to see that you've returned to help me escape from my wrongful imprisonment. He was Cirrus who did this to me. Cirrus, my wicked brother. Do not listen to him. I warn you. He's a liar. Do not be persuaded by his evil lies. Do not believe him. He killed my father. He will kill you. Began when my brother Cirrus began to lust for riches. He stole from the Ages of Myst. He hoarded riches for himself. My father slipped away his watchfulness. My sick brother secretly pronounced himself king. King of the Ages of Myst, he said. He began to look upon me in disgust. His lowly brother. He did him. And then Cirrus began to destroy the Ages of Myst. He burned their forest. He pulled down their structures. He flooded their lands. He murdered their inhabitants. Completely destroyed all but 4 of the Ages. Of course, I had a woman father. When I finally found him, there was Cirrus also, talking cleverly. The lying tongue of a serpent. He convinced father that it was I who destroyed the Ages. He convinced father that it was I who was greedy for wealth and plunder. Cirrus dealt the final blow. He tricked father into believing that I was the murderer. But Cirrus did not deal as fast a blow as he planned. His father died a slow death. He at last doubted my brother's clever lies, and so in dying, father imprisoned us both. I'm sure from which of us the blow had come. I swear to you what I say is true. Release me. You must release me. My brother's a secret liar. He deserves punishment. I only wish vengeance for my dear father. He's murdered. Believe me. You must only recover 1 additional page to release me from this prison. It's the easiest to find. Go to the bookshelf. It's in this library. On the far right side of the middle shelf, there's a burned book, which is different from the other burned books. This book is filled with patterns. Find pattern 158. Mimic its design on the panel in the fireplace. Doing this will bring you to the last blue page. Remember, take the red page. Only the blue page. Return quickly to me. And do not touch the green book. It's a clever trap. Prison those who have not been warned. Do not be tempted, or you will rot and die. Imprisoned as I am. I tell you, if you follow my instructions, you'll be well worth your while. I promise you that. Go. Go.
Very nice. Alright, I'm gonna go get the red page and we'll see what Cirrus says. Then we'll try out this pattern in the fireplace that he says. The only major improvement I could see for the design of this game would be just make it possible for me to carry both pages with me. Please. Please. Having to go back for every one of these has been the biggest pain in this entire series. Alright, let's see if I can get out in the middle of this path. Nope, just won't let me out. That's what I figured. Alright, I've returned with the last red page. Let's put it in and hear Cirrus's speech.
Finally returned. I owe you a debt of gratitude, for you have nearly released me. My name is Cirrus. I trust that from your explorations you've become convinced that my wicked brother, Akenov, is guilty, and I am innocent. It is I who am wrongly imprisoned here. Imprisoned by my father. I don't know who you are, or how you came to this island, but I assume you must at least know something of the books. His father was a master of the books. He wrote hundreds, all describing and linking to the fantastic places and ages which he had discovered. The room in which you now stand was our father's library. It was here, in this room, on this island named Myst, that he housed most of his books. But such a waste. By now, you have surely discovered that Akenov has burnt you to the most of these books. Why? Our father was always watchful of our explorations. We grew up under his strict supervision. But when we came of age, he gave us unbridled access to the Myst books. He began to leave our adventures more and more unchecked. But supervised as we were, my brother began to become disturbed. He began to take more from the Myst ages than he had given. Soon he gained a twisted pleasure from the conquest and destruction of the other ages. It was horrific. His thirst for destruction. But alas, even I discovered his insanity too late. He had completely destroyed all of the Myst ages but 4. I wasted no time. In warning my father, I thought he would recognize Akenov's guilt. But in a fit of rage, he imprisoned both my brother and myself within the pages of these books, designed to hold us until he could judge which of us was guilty. To discover the truth, our father embarked on one final chapter. However, he has never returned. I can only assume that he perished along the way, leaving me, an innocent victim, trapped forever. But now, you are here to release me. This Listen carefully. You must find one more page and I will be forever free. There is a book on the shelves. This library, which is mostly burned, but has a few pages still intact. It is the last book on the middle shelf. Find it. This book is filled with a variety of patterns. Find pattern 158 and recreate it in the door of the fireplace. This will bring you to the last red page. Bring that page to me, and I will finally be released and able to reward you, of course. Ignore the blue page. That page finishes my brother's book. It chills me to even think what would happen if you were to release him. There is another one. Where the red and blue pages reside, also resides a green book. If you touch the green book, you also will be imprisoned forever. Our father gave us this same warning long ago. I suggest you follow his advice. Go now. Soon we will be face to face.
Very interesting. Their stories deviate in a couple major ways. Obviously, they both want different colored pages. But Akinar says that Cirrus murdered their father. And Cirrus says both of them say that the father wasn't sure who was guilty of destroying the Ages of Myst. But Akinar says that in his dying breath he imprisoned the two of them in the books. Not sure how that makes sense. And Cirrus says that in a fit of rage he imprisoned both of them. So, and then he left to go and decide who was guilty, but never came back. So, yikes. Well, there's a few endings we can pursue now. Let me think for a moment, and we'll probably go through the bad ones first, because they're fun. Well, no matter which ending we go for first, there's some things that they have in common. First, we need to go to this book that we found earlier and look at pattern 158, which, seriously? Why is it so many pages in? They just want to make it impossible for you to ever, like, just try them? I don't know, dude. Okay, so I'm going to try and draw it. That is horrendous, but I believe it captures the relevant information. Okay, so we've got that. Boom. So, let's look in the fireplace now. Oh, we can climb in. Isn't that cute? And look, there's a fucking button. You ready for the most recognizable sound effect in the whole game? Look at that morph action on it. Oh, it's beautiful. Watching speedruns of this game, it comes down to how quickly you can put this pattern in sometimes. I believe that is it. Oh, the whole thing turns around. There they are, our three options. So, let's save our game here. And, well, you know, let's take our options. My first thought is, I trust Akinar way more than I trust Cirrus. So, let's take the blue page. And we'll go ahead and give that to Akinar here.
Oh, yes! I'm free! Oh, I feel alive! How do you feel, my friend? But over here, perhaps pages you worked so hard for. What? Yes! Oh, perhaps you're seeing the world from my point of view. Oh, yes. My brother. Oh, yes. Maybe someone will rescue you someday. You lose.
Imagine the curse, the horror of spending an eternity just in a void with nothing but irregular static. What does this even do? Does it kick you out of the game? I think it just leaves you in the void. We're just here now. Right. So clearly, God, I can't believe we trusted Akinar and he betrayed us. Let's go back in. And this time we'll get it right. And we'll get the red page for Cirrus. Oh God. Alright. I should have saved right in front of the pages. I'm going to do that this time. If the pattern's not right, by the way, it just turns back around. So, I mean, it doesn't turn back around. It just reopens. Okay, red page. This is definitely it. Now we'll finally get our reward from Cirrus. Oh, shit.
I'm free! Oh, thank you, my friend. My dear friend. You've done the right thing. You stupid fool! It looks like perhaps you're in the book now? And what have we here? A page. Oh no. I hope you enjoy your new home as much as I enjoyed it. I can't see you. You're getting less clear. I hope you're in the books.
I hope you're into books, you fucking asshole. I never noticed that was a pun before. What the hell?
It looks much the same as I left. Oh, I can know. Goodbye.
He really gets to the point a lot faster, I think. That's nice. I appreciate it. Alright, well, that wasn't right. What the hell are we supposed to do? If we can't trust Cirrus and we can't trust Akinar, well, the one thing that they both told us not to do. I did. Okay, I have to put it in again anyway, don't I? Oh well. The one thing they both told us not to do was to touch the green book. So maybe That's the one thing that we should do. We're gonna touch the fuck out of this green book. I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna look at it. It's fucking green. Also, you notice I use the same, like, little torn bit here. It's the same book image for all the books. It just shifts the hue. Who the fuck are you? Are you one of the co-creators of the game?
You.
Oh.
Don't come here to Dunny. Not yet. I have many questions for you, my friend. As you no doubt have for me. Where should I begin? Oh. Perhaps my story is in order. My name is Atris. I fear you've met my son, Cirrus and Achenar, in the red and blue books on Myst Island. In my library. Oh, it contains my works, my writings. Oh, I wrote many books that linked me to fantastic places. It's an art I learned from my father many years ago. Oh, but the red and blue books, those were different. I wrote those books to entrap over-greedy explorers that might stumble upon my island of Myst. But I had no idea my own sons would be entrapped. My sons, Cirrus and Achenar, we had many journeys together. I gave them free rein to the books. Perhaps it was not wise. I could see the greed growing in them. I had not told them about the red and blue books. Their imaginations went wild. They dreamed of riches and power. Of course, they did not know the books were traps. They begged me for access to those books, and I, of course, denied them. Oh, they devised a plan. An evil plan. I had no idea to what extent their greed had progressed. Their own mother. He was their own mother. Oh, my dear Catherine. To lure me here to Dunny. Of course, I could return to Myst, except that they removed a single page from my Myst linking book. I cannot return without that page. You, my friend, can bring that page to me. Oh, I pray you believe my story above the lies that my sons have told you. If you could find it in yourself to return that page to me here in Dunny, I could go to Myst and bring justice to my sons for what they've done. I must return to my writing. I pray that you believe me. Please hurry. Bring the page. Bring the page with you.
And then he goes into I am writing mode. Oh no, there's more. I think. Where's my mouse cursor? Fuck. Hello? Oh, yeah. Yep, now he's writing. Okay. So, I'm going to save again so we don't have to watch the cutscene twice. Oops, I forgot to grab the page, Atris. This area is just so cool. Just like the fact that you only get to see it this one time. And it's so pixelated. Atris, I'm here.
My friend. You've returned. We meet face to face. And the page. Did you bring the page? You didn't bring the page. You didn't bring the page. I don't. Who are you? Oh. Did you not take my warning seriously? Welcome to Dunny. You and I will
I'm not sure he has anything else to say, or if we can interact with him. He just looked up to me like, fucking asshole. Well, we can walk around. We can look at Dunny. It's just, we're just fucking trapped. It's another age. There's nothing here. He just sits there writing away. Well, I guess we'd better load and try again. So now we know properly to bring a page with us. And in particular, it's a page from a Myst linking book. I haven't had really much time to talk about it in this Let's Play, because this game's fairly direct in like what the puzzles are. And Riven will have more time for creative just diversions, discussions of how the linking books work. But honestly, the way that they operate is so interesting to me. So very cool. And one of the things that makes them so powerful but also so threatening is every linking book is a one-way door. It takes you from wherever you are to the age that the book links to. So in theory, we could pick up the Channelwood linking book and carry it with us, and then go and use the mechanical linking book, travel to the Mechanical Age, and then from there use the Channelwood linking book, and it would take us to Channelwood. And the only way we would ever be able to get back to Mechanical or back to Myst is if we brought with us, or there existed in that age, a linking book back to one of those places. So it's just like you have to bring with you your return ticket, your linking book back home. So for Atris, he basically can go wherever he wants as long as he has his Myst linking book with him, because then he can link back to Myst, and from here get to anywhere else in his network of books. But it's such an interesting and it's powerful but also limiting. So you can see why these books would be so important. Like if you went to an age like Channelwood and found, to your dismay, that the Myst linking book you had left there previously had been destroyed, that would be disastrous. You'd be trapped on Channelwood. Like Atris talks about in the Selenitic journal, when the meteors fell from the sky, he says, I must make a note to bring another Myst linking book with me when I return, for the one I leave behind may be destroyed. And at the beginning of the game, when we see him falling into the star fissure, yes, that is Atris, he uses the Myst linking book as he falls, knowing that the book would fall into the fissure, but not knowing where it would go. That's sort of the mystery of it. But he also knew that he wasn't going to leave it behind wherever he was. It's very, very, very cool. So anyway, let's go to Dunny, this time with a page.
Have you found the missing page? Come.
What's interesting is linking books aren't the only type of book. But we'll talk more about that in Riven. Hey, Atris, I brought you something.
Ah, my friend. You've returned. And the page, did you bring the page? Ah, give it to me.
Here you go.
Give me the page. You've done the right thing. I have a difficult choice to make.
I love this effect right here. It's so simple, but just like subtly magical.
My sons have betrayed me. I know what I must do. I shall return shortly.
I love this scene because we get to see what it looks like when someone uses a linking book, like us. And now we get to see, that the book just remains wherever it was. And we also get to see that this Myst linking book was only missing one page. and it wasn't even detectable until he tried to use it to return and realized that the book was incomplete. So they were able to trap him here, not through clever use of a prison book like he had,
It is done.
but by just sabotaging his return link home.
Questions for you, my friend. But my writing cannot wait. I fear that my long delay may have already had a catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife, Catherine, is now being held hostage. Though, in reward, I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the island of Myst, the books that are contained there. Feel free to explore at your leisure. I hope you find your explorations satisfying. You will no longer have my sons to deal with. Oh, and one more favor. I am fighting a foe much greater than my sons would even imagine. At some point in the future, I may find it necessary to request your assistance. Until that point, feel free to enjoy the explorations from my library on Myst. Thank you again.
It's kind of interesting that he doesn't really explain, like, what exactly he's doing there.
The book, you can use the Myst linking book to return to Myst.
I don't know if he says anything else. I'm going to stay here. But he's just like frantically writing away. And it's not really clear what he's writing in, but oh, it's so cool. It's like central to the plot of the next game. And I love how it's set up in such a way that, like, yeah, it could be a teaser for a sequel. Or not. Oh, I think he's looping now. Are you looping, Atris? I think he's looping. All right, let's go back to Myst. So I believe there's one other like little wrinkle that I can show you, which is if you link to Dunny with the page, and then when he asks for it, you just don't give it to him. I think he says something like, well, I can wait as long as you like, or something like that. Oh shit. I love the implication that the red and blue books, it is both of them, were just utterly destroyed. So that's it. That's the ending. That's the good ending. You know, the credits don't roll or anything. It's kind of interesting. It literally just says like, hey, you won. Now your reward is to continue exploring if you want to keep running around these ages that are kind of weird. There's really no point because they're all, you know, solved. But if I go back to here, let's just see if I can get him to say something by waggling the page at him but not turning it over. So there is also there's also sort of an epilogue age that's more of a rewarding ending in real Myst. But I'm not playing that version of the game. So there's a link in the description to my real Myst playthrough with Megan from years ago, like 7 years ago or something. And in that one, you can see us go to the age of Rime and look at the crystal viewer and a few other cool things that are there. So I highly recommend you watch that before watching my Riven Let's Play, which I will be recording next. Because that Rime bit fills in a couple blanks that are nice to have.
Have you found the missing page? Come. Ah, my friend. You've returned. And the page. Did you bring the page? Ah, give it to me. Give me the page. Please give the page. The page, my friend. The page. Give me the page. Please give the page.
thou must.
The page, my friend. The page.
Are you looping? I think he's looping.
Give me the page. Please give the page.
I wonder if he randomly goes in between them.
The page, my friend. The page.
Okay, he's just repeating himself. Cool.
You've done the right thing.
At the page. You've done the right thing by finally giving me the page. That is so funny. Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is Myst. I'm excited to play Riven and discuss it. I'll probably end up making that whole series tomorrow. I'm amped about the game, and I really just wanted to play Riven again and use this new touch notes system, which clearly I'm using to its fullest effect over here. Just point at it again. But this was a nice reflection let's play. I hope that you all had a good time, sat back and watched this one and just enjoyed it, and look forward to Riven. I don't know if I'll make that one big video or if I'll split it up. It's that game, more so than Myst, I think need to be one video, because it's not separate, distinct locations that nicely get split up into here's Channelwood, here's Mechanical. All of Riven is just figuring out Riven and some other little bits. Anyway, I don't want to spoil anything, so I'll just close by saying I hope you enjoyed watching this. I hope you're looking forward to playing Riven. Do go and watch that link in the description. It'll take you right to the timestamp for when we go to Rime, and it creates a nice little interstitial bit so that when Riven starts, you'll know what the hell I'm talking about a few things. Thanks again for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.